grab ourselves. Cheers. Here we are. I had such a potent songwriting session yesterday. I just sort of flowed through very organically. Welcome to this live stream. Well, thank you, Moon Star. Well, thank you, Tiger. Just really feeling into these lower realms right now. Just really scaling through these lower patterns. Welcome, Linda. those lower, yeah, so great. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. Hope everybody has a great, wonderful day. As you, Red Bull Princess. What's good? What it do? Improv is just so beautiful. I mean, I've only been learning piano for about 2.5 years, but I've been doing guitar for 16 years and did Lon McQuaid lessons for guitar for about 2-3 years when I was about 10, 11, 12, and then I just taught myself everything else on the guitar, and then just I focus improvisation like very heavily. That's a strength of mine that I've kind of just played around with. And even here, like, I don't even know half the time what I'm doing. I mean, I do, but it's like, it's all extremely intuitive. My fingers are just kind of dancing. It's all just like ear intuition. It's great though, I feel like it really comes to show a lot of just like the raw ability of improvisation. Like once you really, really zero in on just improv at the like capital application of it, it's just like you just focus on fluent improv of not even trying to think, not trying to like the way I sort of see it, it's almost like your ear is trained to a point where you just recognize melodies and like compositional ideas, from like movie scores or music that you really love and resonate with. And then you kind of hit this point where your brain just sees and hears. It just feels ideas and, emotionally. And then you as a musician, you can just apply the patterns in relation to that. Hello, Espe. Espe Jode. Wow. Jason Fairville. Can't say I'm familiar. Jason Fervento, Ascension. Amazing. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I don't know if that's a pianist. I mean, I'm primarily a guitarist. Like, if you're familiar to this channel, if you're not, welcome to this place. But I primarily do like guitar improv, mixtures of like like pan flutes, synth strings, violin. I also I deeply love piano. Why, thank you. Drop in with a like, comments, and love for anyone who might need and grab it today. That's beautiful, Eartha. What a beautiful intention. Thank you for being here. I'm sure some people do need that. A lot of people seem to be going through some sort of intense shifts here. That's a weird... that is one weird projection, nah, for real. Are you sure you're not confused? I think she was literally just saying, here's some good energy, here's a good comment, some good words. No one had anything, was connecting that dot at all. First time on your stream. Nice. Yeah, these streams have been receiving lots of views lately. Like last 4 or 5 days, I've been getting thousands. So it's nice. It's nice that lots of the YouTube algorithm is passing on now. That being said, it's interesting the way that facilitating these streams definitely requires an increased level of what's the word? I'd say ability to discernment. For homies like this guy here, don't give it a day job. Hilarious, brother. You're such a comedic relief. But yeah, low key, what I'm saying doing is for people that are gonna, desire to project negativity or just introduce irrelevant dialogue, basically waste the chat space with whatever. I'm just gonna immediately throw them, not even think about it. They're gonna get 10 minutes to be timed out so they can chime in, they can listen to the comments, they can be present here, just kind of tune in, think about why they've been commenting whatever they're commenting, and then you can come back, you can chime in. Doesn't really matter to me. People that are of that nature usually are not my target audience, and I wish them well. They can go on their way. It comes down to a time where I like to be very I like to let people speak their truth. I love to give people the ability. I don't like to filter people. I don't like to time people out. But when you're dealing with thousands of people at some point, it's only wise to kind of just learn to mediate and moderate people that don't necessarily understand the intention of the stream, or they don't really have the self-awareness to communicate themselves effectively. That's just, that's okay. That's just the way humans are sometimes. Are you streaming somewhere else? No, just YouTube. Yeah. No, I'm primarily a YouTuber. That's it. Yeah. It's my focus. Your theme song. Can't say I know anything about your theme song, dog. For those of you that are new to this stream, I want to be very forthcoming that I love to just open up open up a portal for people to sort of express their truth. If you're in the comment section, I like to really just emulate or embody the means of just expressing your authentic truth, sharing thoughts and perspectives, maybe philosophical or more so related to creative expression naturally, because that's, I think, a really pivotal part. But I just like to, let people sort of authentically communicate and express themselves, myself included. So, if I feel like people are not aligned with this channel, I'm going to be very overt. I'm going to be very clear that it's like, okay, if you choose to express negativity or say some unhinged, outlandish stuff, that's your prerogative. But, I have an intention for this channel. I, don't desire to attract or create a community of people that are not aligned with my values. So, I'll just send people on their way. Or I'll, again, remove their ability to comment just out of respect, where it's like if they don't align with this channel and the values, then that's okay. Like they can find another stream. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not about bad comments necessarily. I didn't use that wording. It's about people that are trying to be like outlandish and unhinged or irrelevant. Fortunately, no one here. But I'm saying when I get to a point where if there's like thousands of people flowing through, 20, 30, 40 at a time, eventually there's always, a couple people that aren't necessarily my viewership. They're not, musicians or open free thinkers or whatever, they're whatever they are. It's no judgment, but they're just not people that I desire to unable to fill my comment section. So that's what I'm saying is I like to just, lately I've been getting into the habit of just throwing people an immediate 10-minute timeout if they're going to say stuff that's irrelevant or unhinged. It's not even about negativity. Yeah, if people are saying hateful, negative stuff, I'm going to throw them a 24-hour ban right away. But you're correct. People are mean because they're having a bad day. When it takes down someone. It's projections, yeah. It's not necessarily, it's their projections. It's not even a personal endeavor. But I'm saying is I don't invite that to this community. This community is something that, as I'm bringing this to a larger intention and a larger audience, it becomes the tone that I set, right? As a facilitator. And people reveal their hand quite quickly, right? I often actually appreciate when people are like revealing their character, of their projections or whatever, because it makes it easy. It makes it easy to filter out and be like, oh, like that's cool. This person's just showing their inability to communicate, and they're revealing that they're not a person that aligns with my intentions of this community, or they're just not my viewer. They're not my viewer base, and that's cool. Because there's millions of people on YouTube. I'm obviously trying to create a community of musicians or creative, open, free thinkers and expressionists, philosophers. Anyone, that doesn't allow that, then they're kind of wasting mine and their time. Again, though, I like to be open-minded. Like, I like to let people breathe and air out their perspectives, but when you're juggling thousands of people, eventually it's kind of like you don't have much of a choice. Like when I was managing streams with small amounts of people, I would literally just let people, like trolls or whatever, I would like let them kind of stick around, be like, okay, let's talk, brother or sister, usually brother. It's like I would hear them out. But when you're juggling thousands of people, then it's like you gotta have discernment. And sometimes it's as simple as just, allowing myself to just focus on being present, right? Just playing music, I love your vibe. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you, Michael. I'm in British Columbia, so Canada, yeah. Well, do you like Scott Storch? Actually not familiar with that. What is Scott Storch? There we are. Yeah, not familiar with that musician. How do you personally keep it in time with a band? Are you keeping a count going in your head, or are you just playing by ear? I don't know if I would know the difference between the 4/4 and a 6/8 time. Interesting. Crash out Carl. Well, personally, I never count beats. I don't know. Now, that's interesting. Is I personally, when I jam with other musicians, I come to notice that I don't try to, do like multiple rhythms too avidly. I'm not trying to create too complex rhythms. I try to play to the rhythm that we're both comfortable with. And I'm not in a band very active. If I were in a band, rocking out, playing riffs, I would definitely honor the cohesion of us as musicians. But if I'm just playing by myself, I have a very strong sense of internal rhythm. But I think, weirdly enough, this is the strange thing about rhythm. It's almost like the more that you give yourself permission to deviate from standard rhythm, right? If you're, say, doing, even if I'm doing this piano, I'm not a veteran piano player, but as a guitarist, I've been doing guitar for about 16, coming up 17 years. And the stuff that I do on guitar is, pretty intricate. I like to play around with multiple domains of rhythm. But what I'm saying is the more that you challenge yourself rhythmically, like you really push the limits of receiving just beyond a 4/4, maybe stretching a 3/4, maybe playing around with, just unorthodox rhythms, eventually you become so internally fluent at understanding rhythm that you can just apply various things, and you know, in fact, you're rhythmically synchronized. And that just takes time. Like, I think my answer, if I were to be simple about it, is you got to challenge yourself rhythmically, which is also just melodically, and just give yourself time to internalize what rhythm is. And also, I'll be honest, here's another clear-cut thing is, right? I'm also a tutter. I'm a dancer. I do tutting, finger tutting, liquid, popping, locking animation. So my sense of rhythm actually comes from also dancing. Like, I dance a lot. I go to shows, I connect, actually do performances and etc. So my understanding of rhythm not just comes from music, but I have an awareness of musicality and complex rhythms relating to dance. So that might be the answer. Chop chop talk. I don't know if that's a song, dog, but if that's your desire to hear me just not talk, or I don't know, that might be that's your first strike, dog. Hey, how was your day? Is there something special musically that you're working on right now? Greetings from Germany. Thank you, brother. Greetings to you. Bless Germany from Canada. I love Germany. Seriously enough, all the partners I've been seeing are half in the last little while has been German, half German. I had for some reason I've been very drawn to half Germans. But anyways, yeah, musically actually, I had a very intense surge of energy last night where I basically wrote a vocal piece in dropped D in a sort of like Adam Gontier type of style. I don't know if you guys know, Adam Gontier did a cover of the song My Chemical Romance, Ghost of You. I don't know if you ever heard that. Ghost of You, My Chemical Romance, Adam Gontier does a cover. Basically, I took the chord structure from that song. So he's doing a drop D, he's doing like various beautiful sort of like triad and like bar chords that are in drop D. And I used those shapes and wrote like a couple really powerful like vocal songs. It was kind of just a catharsis where I was just pouring out my heart, just like hearing songs, saying words, and it felt really beautiful. So that's been on my mind. I was like falling asleep, or it was like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and I'm like walking outside, listening to the rain just belting. And it felt really, really strong. So that was interesting. It was very interesting. Talk about chops. Interesting, interesting. I don't know what chops is, dog. No idea. Can you elaborate? But to compose the soundtrack to life, my life, can make it a bit more cheerful. Interesting. I can make things more cheerful. That being said, I think all music has both elements, quintessentially. But I got you, bro. I think cheerful is like almost like it blends with the sense of like romanticized enamor. It's not just like cheer, it's like bliss, it's like love. That's usually what I find myself just kind of create. Welcome to this live stream. I think he means chops is in the licks, proficiency. Proficiency. Ah, interesting. Chops. I don't know, bro. I don't really associate the word chops as proficiency or actual ability. Like, just say ability, you know? But yeah, the caveat is, I mean, I'm here to improvise, share space, talk about music, as I love to. But I mean, caveat is I've been playing piano for 2.5 years. You want to see my chops? I'll show you when I play guitar. But for now, I'd say, take a moment, just listen, appreciate what you hear. I've been a guitarist for 16 years or 16 and a half years. Piano, yeah, 2.5 years. Those are the breaks. I don't know. I don't think I'm feeling uptight, bro. I think that's very likely your own projection. I'm feeling great. Beautiful. Yeah, man. Drops are fun, but not necessarily music. I agree. Yeah. Like, if he means chops, again, that's not a word when I think. Yeah, not a word when I think again like ability, proficiency. I think that's just I don't know, strange way to say it, but I get what you're saying. Chops. That's like yeah. But I think if he's talking about like chops, like all right, let's see your technical ability. I think yeah, he's kind of missing a deeper layer. Like if he's not really paying attention, if he's not really listening in to the like the spaces and the things I'm doing here, that's I don't know. That's his prerogative, I guess. You know, if there's anything I've learned, especially as a guitarist, it's and especially as a streamer guitarist, I feel like it's you can tell a musician's level quintessentially. Like you can more than not tell the level a musician's at based on their ability to appreciate and listen in to certain nuances of music. That is, if a musician's sitting there throwing salt and be like, hey man, blah 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 blah, playing some elitist mentality, almost acting like almost like they lack the ability to appreciate the simplistic elements of music. That often more than not tells me that a musician is like maybe like a few years in, maybe 5 6 years in, like they're honestly not that developed of a musician. Because most cases when I meet musicians or just musicians and myself, we're approaching 16 17 years, you kind of like become humble, you become open-minded and open-hearted, where you really begin to appreciate so many elements of music. You can see a beginner, right? A beginner just playing some very fundamental thing and they're really feeling it and loving it. And it's almost like universally, as an advanced musician, you appreciate that person expressing themselves. You appreciate that person just like, doing what they're doing to such a degree. And it's only I notice like these people that almost like reveal that they're not necessarily that developed as a musician, they're the ones that are usually throwing salt. They're the ones that are usually like creating some sort of I don't know, weird kind of projection, or trying to be like, hey, where is your ability, or hey, let's see something fast, or let's see some this, that, the other. It's like I don't know many musicians again that are on an advanced level that treat music like that. It's only those that are like very new, that are like very egotistic. They haven't really shed the ego. They haven't really developed themselves as a musician. It's only those that are, again, almost like a part of that category. And it is what it is. Again, we've all been there, right? We've all been there. We all have to become a beginner. We have to become an intermediate. Got to shed our ego and then realize, the point of it in the first place. So I think, maybe, I don't know if that homie that was here, he seems like a well-founded dude, more or less, but I have a strange feeling that he fits that category. If you can't appreciate the simplicity, if he can't listen to what's really going on in front of him and really appreciate it, he probably just needs to go, deeper on his journey. And that's okay. I remember we were talking about ADHD medication, but not those things. Interesting. Thank you, Michael. Hello. Hello, Prasanna. Cool name. You're an incredible source of talent, a regular jacket of all trades. Do you struggle with depression, anxiety, fears of inadequacy, or human struggles such as these? I absolutely do. Absolutely do. You know me, Bob. Just that. Yeah, no. I absolutely do. Like, I feel like I actually spoke of that very openly yesterday, I believe, on my stream. I was kind of talking about the younger self, like my younger self, almost like, and strangely enough, like the foundation of how I feel like I've grown as a person and become the person I am is because I have, in fact, for many years, had to integrate feelings of inadequacy, of lack of self-worth, of depression. Exactly, that's my like core wound. That's my foundation, strangely enough. That is my foundation. And I actually think that's also part of why I can really appreciate like domains of music that is like very soft and sad and melancholic and very rich, right? It's just like it's because on a deep level, I really love and have honored and even further, like the way when I've been doing music for about 15, 16 years or 16 and beyond when I was a guitarist. A lot of times when I was like really going through some difficult things, over and over and over again, I create music. I channel that, I transmute that directly into music. So I guess what I'm simply saying is, yeah, I definitely 100% have and probably will inevitably struggle with those kind of things. But I also feel like, if I'm being transparent, a part of learning to honor yourself, become your fullest expression of yourself, and reflecting that to other people, other humans, other community members, other romantic partners, and things like that is you get to really learn to gravitate authentic people, authentic support and alignment, things that are just really healthy and aligned for you that inevitably allow you, alongside, of course, you yourself having a fluency of integrating those things, you find yourself fuller. You find yourself naturally not truly experiencing these negative, dense, lower vibrational emotions, and you begin to very slowly, naturally experience things that are beyond that. And even as a musician, that's again a core thing I like to speak about very actively on this channel is transmuting energy. It's like the essence of just transmuting raw energy into these expressions.
I kind of want to try and use the piano before I have to go for class. So.
It can be done in like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes is not okay because I have to leave in like maybe 10 minutes. So we wrap up pretty quick.
Sure, I got you. Ignites. It's strange how the richest folks, the bank account of skills, still struggle the same. Yeah, that's an absolute truth. I mean, I feel like I like to look at it in many different ways. Like that takes me down many thought streams. But I think the simplest, right? Yeah, people, it seems in the modern society, don't necessarily seem to understand how pivotal and important that which is beyond the tangible, that which you cannot hold on to, that which is beyond the material, if we will. But it's almost like the intangible things are priceless, like in the simplest right. The things that you could never ever buy with money. Like truly. And that's a thing that I've spent a lot of time really focusing. I think he was talking about, yeah, chopsticks. That's what I thought at first, Moonstars. Like, I thought he was talking about a song called Can I Hear Chops or Like Chops, because people literally, like, maybe the homie doesn't realize most people, for whatever reason, just recommend or ask requests over and over and over again. So, I can assume readily that a lot of songs are just people talking, or a lot of random words like what he was saying sounds a lot like he's just asking for a request. But that being said, I'm not a cover artist, but requests can get copyrighted, so it'd be foolish to do that. Sharing emotion and life experience. A musician lost 25 years older I got, more I've realized music is about sharing emotion and life experience. Artists are subjective. And you find what ignores your passion. And you just find, yes, no. That last line, I'm not sure if you, yeah, ignites your passion. Yeah, ignore. I was like, find ignores your passion. I'm like, wow, that's either really philosophical and profound, or you, yeah, that was a typo. Yeah, that's exactly right, man. I think, as a young kid, I always came to the same realization that to succeed, like quotations, as a musician, to progress as a musician more so, you literally just have to become fluent at honoring that which ignites passion, which ignites joy, like the things you love, the things you enjoy. And on the contrary, you got to also be fluent at straying away from the things that dull that, from nullify that, things that try to suppress or expel your joy. People maybe pressure, expectations, or like societal pressures and expectations. You have to actually become very conscious of being like, you know what? I'm going to ignore those things. I'm going to step away from that which people tell you that you should be like, oh yeah, this is what's going to make me succeed or progress as a musician or an artist or an expressionist. And you got to honor what you feel. But yeah, we're going to go down to my studio because my twin wants to use the piano. Right, strange sounds. Alchemy. 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 What a beautiful word. Alchemy. What's good, Floyd? Wow, this is my cat. Just living her best cat life. We gotta love this. All right, welcome. Got some beautiful lighting here. We are here. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Let's set this up. Cheers. You exist in time, but you belong to eternity. You're a penetration of eternity into the world of time, and you are deathless, living in a body of death. Your consciousness knows no death, no birth. It is only your body that is born and dies. But you are not of your consciousness. You are not conscious of your consciousness. And that is the whole art of meditation, becoming conscious of consciousness itself. Osho. That's the full quote of what my my stream is starting or labeled. That whole quote is powerful. So powerful. Osho is just, yeah, very brilliant mind. And I hope you guys are finding yourself, honor what you're feeling, honor what you're transmuting, giving yourself the ability to just tap into your authentic truth and express it, express it to the world, express it to your art forms. It's really important, I feel. I really feel it's a major part, a proponent of really just allowing yourself to succeed in life is learning to just become fluent at transmuting energy, seeing like the emotions you feel and honoring them, letting them be expressed, be it through your words, be it through poetry, be it through music, whatever it is. I think life changes very rapidly when you truly learn to just continuously honor your emotions. And there's so many different ways to do that. So many things beyond the verbal, really. Yeah. To pick what someone told you is the greatest impact on you, what would it be? Wow. Someone told me. Intuitively, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, maybe this is a bit of a caveat, but I think the thing that impacted me the most, like someone told me, is actually the words I've told myself, strangely enough. Like, if I'll be perfectly honest, it's like, I remember pivotal moments in my life. There's been many, but if I immediately think of what intuitively, like the impact of what I told myself, I remember it was the depths of being in a forest on magic mushrooms. I was sitting there reflecting on the nature of trauma, of wounds, of the wounds that I've received, ancestral trauma as a whole, and the immediate thought that flooded through, that changed my life, I feel forever, once I integrated this, was recognizing that isn't this an honor? Isn't this is an honor that has been bestowed on me. That was the simple truth of it. It was like, I was reflecting on the nature of wounds, of ancestral wounds, of trauma, being like, wow, why me? Like, why am I experiencing this? Like, why am I experiencing this trauma, this human experience? Like, why is this even here? And I told myself, because this is an honor. So I was like, this is not trauma. This is not a negative thing that's been bestowed on me. This is an honor. This is an honor that's literally been bestowed onto me. My ancestors, my lineage, they knew, they trusted, they've bestowed this honor for me to experience. I may see it in a negative thing. It's almost like, I think I called it like a dark gift. But it's like, the reality is it's like I told myself that, and I remember that resonated with me so much, where I kind of looked at that. And that's the same sort of narrative I've been feeding a lot in a similar way, where when I look at the way some people, maybe you have like a partnership, or, something end that's really intense for you, or maybe someone's projecting a lot of negativity on you, and you try to like understand it. A core thing that I would try to frame is looking at it like, this person is entrusting that you're strong enough to integrate and honor what they're trying to tell you, what they're trying to project in. It's almost like they're on an unconscious level entrusting in you. Like, wow, this person is strong enough to actually absorb, understand, and integrate whatever it is they're projecting. And again, more so looking to myself, looking at maybe like, why did my father act this way? Why did he this? Why did my ancestors operate in this way? And looking at it, be like, no, this is an honor, like a true, beautiful blessing and honor, that I get to be the one that it gets to deal with these things, to honor these patterns, to become, the person that, breaks the cycle, if you will, which, it's a quintessential thing. You hear quotes of people talking about, like, you are the cycle breaker, you are the person that gets to, change your ancestor lineage. And it really is so. But it's like the deepest core understanding of, like, when you look at your wounds and you think, why me? Why did I get this? No. It's like, that is not a wound. That is a gift. That is an honor that you're bestowed upon you. You are honored to be able to integrate that. And so those were probably some of the most impactful words. But I'll be honest, if we're going to go back further, the second thing that immediately comes to mind is different context, but this is maybe more relevant to around the lines of what you might think I'd say. When I was 12 years old, I did a recital for Lon McQuaid, right? I was really nervous. Never performed music for anyone ever. And I was really, really nervous. I was performing the song Stricken by Disturbed with my guitar teacher. My guitar teacher, Roger, was the guitar teacher I had for like 2-3 years. My main guitar teacher, he looks at me, and I remember saying to him, I can't do this. Like, I was like, I can't do this. I'm anxious, I'm afraid. Like, physically, I was shaking. I was like, I can't do this. And he looks at me, and he was like, it's okay, man. It's like, it's okay. You're anxious because you care. You feel this way because you really care. You really care about this moment. And he's like, that's beautiful. So that's what, my guitar teacher told me when I was 12, before I did my guitar recital for the first time. It was like, you're anxious because you care. And that really has stuck with me over the years. I was like, oh, I'm not anxious because I'm anxious or afraid. No, I'm anxious because I really deeply care about this moment. I care about this experience, I'm really like, I really honor this experience. So yeah, that's the kind of thing I tell myself all the time over the years. I haven't as much, but when I would get really anxious, I'd be like, you know what, it's okay. I'm anxious because I care. You know, I really deeply care about this experience, this moment, you know. I'm passionate. I'm passionate about this experience. That's why, you know, maybe this anxiety is present. So yeah, no. Anxiety and fear into separate bins. Yeah, sure. As you should. Yeah. I don't think anxiety is fear. Anxiety can become fear. Surely, anxiety can perpetuate fear, but yeah, it's like this is when I was like 12 years old. That's when I like felt like I was understanding fundamental things. I didn't understand why I was shaking, why I was afraid to perform, why I was like, you know, I was anxious. I didn't understand it. But naturally, as a full-grown adult, it's pretty easy to understand what fear is versus what raw anxiety is. But I'll be honest, like this is kind of in response to or extending off of, you know, when the person was asking if I ever get, like Bob was asking if I ever feel anxiety, depression, this, that, the other. Those are my core wounds. Like that's literally the way I have operated. And even weirdly enough, my ability to experience depression on an authentic, genuine level, anxiety, insecurity, lack of self-worth, those are my superpowers, if you will. Those are my strengths. Like that's the weird part is like the reason why, at least part of the reason why I'm such a devoted, disciplined, really just like very penetrating force of nature is because I know what it feels like to feel like lost, to feel empty, to feel a profound lack of self-worth. And as a full-grown adult, you know, I've realized what it means to build confidence from the root up. You know, to be a man that's like, oh man, I understand what it feels like to be this, that, the other, but I also know how strong I am and resilient I am. And it's been because I know depression, I understand anxiety, I have these things, you know, as like foundations of how I've lived my life. And I'll be honest, this is a strange parallel. Like, it's a strange because this kind of stems into when people try to medicate themselves, like self-medicate themselves, be it with drugs, be it with pharmaceuticals, be it with whatever they are, they're fundamentally more than not, you know, if they're trying to bring themselves out of a tough situation, that's fine. But if they're not learning to actually foundationally address their underlying feelings, their emotions. They're not learning to honor and integrate step by step, day by day, emotion by emotion. You know, if they're learning to honor and integrate things like depression, anxiety, and they think that a pill is going to be the solution to changing your neurochemistry, opposed to actually doing the work of developing a resilient and healthy psyche alongside healthy neurochemical experiences, then honestly, these are people that are bypassing very important mechanisms. Can I strum the second and third string on the second fret? The second and third string on the second fret. Sure. Yeah. I don't even know what that is. That's like some sort of strange triad. Or like a broken, what is that chord? That's like a G chord, right? Yeah. That's like a G major minus the third, the third here. Or whatever they call it. What's poppin'? Welcome Prasanna, welcome back. I think I'm gonna reposition this baby. Get it right on the money. Yo, what's good, dog? What's good? Welcome to this place. Yo, thank you. I love this hat deeply. it's a good, and even it's crazy. That's the thing is like I didn't anticipate this, but you can't really see the color palette. You can kind of see it along there. It's like a rich dark garnet. Like it's a really beautiful color palette. Can't really make it out on this stream like over my phone. You just can't. But in the real world, when you see it, it's like such a beautiful color palette. It's a very specific color palette that I chose. But yeah, that's kind of part of the magic. You can only really truly experience this hat. You can only really experience the hat in person, like in the real world. People see it and they're just like, damn, that's a beautiful color palette. Alongside just looking unhinged and outlandish. But now experience basically zero anxiety. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'd say that's good. But here's another thing is, I'll be honest here, anxiety usually is also an indicator that you're doing things like way out of your comfort zone. And you're actually like pushing yourself. You're actually authentically experiencing. Because I don't know about you, bro. I don't experience like waves and waves of anxiety, but I do shit all the time that's far out of my comfort zone. Like, man, I don't know. It's almost like if you go into like, or at least socially, okay, you mean anxiety? Yeah, socially. Because I think in general, anxiety is not necessarily a bad thing. Like I don't know about you, like this is a coarse example. This is if you're going on a first date, or you've asked out or connected with like a gorgeous human being, like a model or something, right? Maybe like a Swedish or Icelandic kind of model, which is relevant to me. But it's like if you're connecting with this person at the first time, you should be anxious. I don't know about you, man. You'd have to be like a sociopath not to be like actually like anxious. To be like, wow, this is an intense experience. Obviously, he's not anxious enough to like dissuade you from just creating a healthy, powerful interaction. It's all about authentically showing up. But I think that's just an example. But one should, if you're living your life like unapologetically on the front lines, you're meeting people that you've never met, you're doing things way out of your comfort zone for the better, anxiety should be present frequently. And it's not like an anxiety that cripples you, but it's the anxiety that you're about to do something extraordinary. I don't know, that's what I feel. Doesn't like demerit. Sorry, I'm just gonna take this baby off. There we go. Doesn't demerit. There we go. I think we did it. I think we succeeded here. I stumbled across the chord. Now I experience, yeah. So I've stumbled across the chord that randomly I started playing frequently in fingerstyle. That chord, yeah, that's. I like that. Prasanna. Kadka. Kadka. Because I actually, for a long period, I've done something that I consider. In like psychedelic kind of rock, I like to sort of play chords that are almost like triads, that are just these basic, like maybe 3 notes here and 1 note here. You create these little simple, or just. And then you can even invert it a little bit and do like. Do this interesting sort of arrangement where you're taking these 2 fingers, popping these maybe on your bass strings. So for here, I'm on the 7th fret on my 5th and 4th string, and then I place my first finger like I would on these like 3/4 strings here, and my bass note is just going bonkers. Yeah. The reason I don't feel, it's almost like you may be like, well, obviously if you're on any sort of medication that removes anxiety, that's not the same as not experiencing anxiety. That's just almost bypassing anxiety. And I don't know, I'm sure that's yeah. But hey, man, I'm glad you're practicing self-awareness, within your realm of how you're experiencing that. It was, that hat. Thank you. I like it. Yeah, this is a hat I designed and have been rocking the last 4 days. Like I bought it 4 days ago. First time in my life I like designed a hat. I was like, spoke like weeks back and forth with a designer and just developed this, and I was just like, all right, this is like my app. Romanticize the stars, but forget the darkness makes them visible. Absolutely, my guy. Absolutely. Darkness is beautiful. Like, I speak of this very openly, and if you're on a path of integrating, say, your shadow, like you're learning about the shadow, if we're going to use the term Carl Jung kind of coins, but just the subconscious, like the unconscious repressed self in some regard. When you're integrating that, you come to realize that the darkness of the human experience or the human spirit or the collective, shadows, these are not things to fear. These aren't things to deviate, to suppress, to try to, pretend don't exist. It's like we as human beings, we are the darkness, we are the light, we are both, right? The darkness is not inherently negative. It's not inherently something we should fear or try to suppress. No, it's really the opposite. We as human beings should have the foresight and ability to hold space for the darkness, for the shadow, being like, okay, the darkness exists, but we are also beings of light. We have beauty, we have warmth, ecstasy, there's polarity, contrast. Like, we as human beings, we're meant to experience all of it. Simplest way I like to say it, we are 3D beings. We're experiencing the 3D reality. We are beings that are in the 3D, the polar realms. We are dark and light. We are meant to be here. We get to experience the darkness. We get to experience all of this. It's not an easy thing to understand on a fundamental level for some people, but once you kind of go a little deeper in things, it makes so much sense. But even when I'm off, I don't experience anxiety unless I really force myself to. That doesn't seem healthy, I'll be honest. Though I must say, like, I'm happy, you experience some sort of relief for, relief of maybe anguish if that's like a piece of it. But again, anxiety plays a healthy role. Like, I don't know about you, if you're authentically embracing reality, like you're really pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, whether it's with psychedelics or, you're going into a really powerful, new, exciting chapter of life, experiencing anxiety is a really healthy indicator you're on the right path. Like, it's almost like, I think trying to suppress or not experience anxiety on any level is actually you're fundamentally dishonoring your intuition. But one step at a time, I imagine. What were you grinding right? What were you grinding right now? I mean, this baby, right? It's a violin bow here, yeah. We come into this world once and then gone forever. We start from darkness to end in it. Yeah, that's absolute truth, my friend. Like, the darkness is not something to be feared. It's not something we should act like is separate from ourselves. Like, the darkness is beautiful. It's mystical. It's magical. It's the void. This is the same thing when we try to make sense of, the quantum, like the things that exist in the unknown, the things that are really in the unknown. There's nothing more unknown than blackness, than void, than that which is before and after death, right? That which is truly in the darkness is the unknown. And that's the thing, is like, a lot of people, they have this weird relationship with the known and the unknown. They think they try to chase and, fixate on the known, being like, the known is where I want to be. The known is what I feel like is the safe realm of whatever, but the unknown is where the magic is. The unknown is where you really want to be. The unknown is what you really want to begin to form a healthy relationship with. And you think about this, like, even when we're talking about the unknown, we're talking about all of it. We're talking about the universal current and the flow that is basically within the random, chaotic unknown everywhere. You plunge into a new experience full of random people, of random experiences, of unknowns everywhere. That is magical. That's where the most extraordinary things happen. And not just on a human to human psychological level, but on a deep, deep level. So yeah, update. My Ibanez guitar did not arrive today or yesterday. Did not arrive. It's giving me this little beautiful message, which was disappointing as my package is running late. But then now it's told me it's updated that it's on its way today, and it's coming between 2 o'clock. Let's see. Oh, they changed it. So Thursday, March 12th, between 11:30 and 3:30. So I can expect in the next 3 hours. That gives me happiness. Ibanez guitar will be here 3 hours or maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Yeah. Peace, man. Thank you for, thank you for just, being here, my guy. Thank you for being present with yourself. Well, religion, I don't follow any religion, really. Yeah. I mean, I read a lot of Zen, sort of Buddhism, philosophy, Taoism. I read about these things. I love philosophy as a whole, but I definitely would not say I follow or define myself as any sort of religious thing. Oh, 1.26K, nice. Now I try to very actively, I try to stray from trying to almost like dogmatize or, lean into religious or political ideologies, especially on this stream. But as a whole in life, I like to hold space and be open-minded and, philosophize, hear people's perspectives, hold space for other people's religious and political beliefs in the real world, not in stream spaces. But yeah. But that being said, Taoism is pretty dope. Your universe is so vast. The universe is so vast. I do believe that we can feel energy through us, and we are part of a light and part of darkness. I agree, LSR. I agree, brother. I think, on the deepest sense, when we learn about things like the subtle body, the energy body, like the subtle energy body, like the beautiful networks and channels that flow through us that are synonymous with all the other sort of bodies that we wear, the psychological, the neurological, the physiological body, all these bodies alongside the energy bodies, right? These are things that are working synonymously with everything that is, but they're the subtle bodies. We have to actually really attune ourselves to understand how these are interplaying, right? The energy. But it's a very magical thing. It's very much like it's everywhere. It's in everything. It's linking and weaving into everything we can even possibly do. And it's powerful. Are you into music collabs? I am, I would say, yeah. I mean, I think the caveat that I've kind of drawn a conclusion is via YouTube land, I want to focus immediately more so collaborations with people in the real world. I have friends, other YouTubers, people that I've known for years that I feel like I would love to, bring to this collaborative space, be it YouTube, be it music and YouTube. But of course, I'm always open-minded. Like, I feel like the way I treat collaborations as a whole, like whether we're talking about being band members or we're jamming or collaborating, is like a very sacred thing to me. It's like I don't desire to just be like, all right, let's just collaborate with everyone or everyone and anything, or even just any given person. I want to develop a relationship that I think is very sacred. And even further, I've only been a YouTuber for about 8 months, streaming for about 5 months. I'm very new on this journey. I think I also really want to hold space for where I'm developing professionally. That is, I want to see how this channel unravels and be really open to the nature of how it's going to grow in such a way. But yeah, anyways, long story short, I desire to collaborate with a lot. But I think a huge part of it is I want to collaborate with people that I've developed relationships for years first and foremost. Like in the next coming weeks, I desire to work with friends and people and creators that I've known for many years and just like navigate those waters. That can definitely change though. As it should. What Ibanez model did you buy? I bought, what is it called? Ibanez RG470 PB REB Standard. Present Red Eclipse Burst. So Red Eclipse Burst RG470 PB. It's a beautiful guitar. It's this guy. This guy. You can kind of see it. Yeah. It's pretty dope. Beautiful guitar. Sounds great. I've actually tried it. I had like a guitar. Someone was selling basically this guitar locally. It was actually like a younger dude. He's like 16 years old or something. And yeah, just kind of going there, checking out the condition. The condition wasn't great. It was kind of like figuring out the price. And it was a beautiful guitar. It sounded great. And looks great. And then I went on Reverb and found one that was a little more reasonable and in mint condition. It's crazy though. This is something I've spoken of on my other streams in response to other people asking about the Picasso bow. What amplifier do I use with the DAW guitar? Oh, the DAW. I use this baby. It's not an amplifier, but it's a preamp. I have amplifiers mainly for like when I'm playing guitar, you know, busking or on the beaches or something. Really nice amps, but yeah, I just use a preamp primarily. And my, you know, digital audio, or what's it called? Audio interface. Yeah. Yo, I'm good, Jonathan. I'm good, Doc. I'm very good. I mean, life's been great. Lots of good energy, lots of love, lots of support, lots of growth, lots of views, growing my viewership. I'm grinding out. I'm honestly on an interesting grind. I've never been this like locked in, so to speak. I'm pretty locked in, but like I'm like so dead set on getting my 4,000 watch hours. Like so fucking dead set. It's been going beautifully. It's like 4,000 watch hours. I swear, 3 weeks time, I'm freaking grinding out watch hours. Each stream usually gets me about 50, 60 watch hours if I succeed. It's a win-win, you know, win-win-win-win. But yeah, long story short, what I was kind of saying a moment ago is this Picasso bow, right? It's kind of funny that this is actually a pretty entry-friendly level. It's an entry-level guitar tool. Strangely enough, like you may or may not think that it's this, like equipping and executing this. My cat's trying to get my attention for some reason. Hello. This is like a really entry-level bow. It takes obviously technique. You got to have an awareness of how to do like basic legatos, and you want to have an awareness of maybe like artificial harmonics, like where the sweet spot of your tension point is. But strangely enough, I would consider this very entry level, opposed to like, you know, complex like. Wow, this thing is not. I need to adjust this a little more. But yeah. My first amp was a Marshall 10 watt. Nice. Yeah, I've had what they called line 6 amps. I've had many different amps, but line 6 was the one I had for a while. Unfortunately, it failed me. It died at some point. I don't know why exactly. I was playing it a lot, playing it loud, but I don't know. I don't think amps should just die out of nowhere. But my line 6 amp, yeah, it just died. Now I just use Ableton. I'll be honest. I just use Ableton and guitar amps or guitar rigs. I use those like frequently. I think I'm gonna quickly go grab some cacao while it's still 12 o'clock. Gonna drink some cacao before it's too late. Beautiful. Sweet hat. Thank you. I feel sharp. Sherry. Yeah, no, like legitimate. This is the funny thing is I dress like this all the time everywhere. I mean, sometimes I don't rock the hat if I'm in, you know, places where I want to dance or move because it's just convenient, but yeah, like this is like my regular attire. It's like I'm just out here, you know, dressing like it's the 80s or freaking the 1800s, right? We're bringing back the 1800s. Like that's the idea. It's like hats like this. It's like I feel like I'm a gentleman, mustachio rock star. I don't know, psychedelic psychonaut. Like I'm just a dude that's just like rocking hats. Like people should be rocking hats like this more all the time. You know, I think it's almost an atrocity that we as a society have like moved away from like super dope hats, and we've moved into like, you know, I don't know, like bucket hats and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with the bucket hat, but like I feel like, you know, classy hats, they're just so deep. You know, you can just like do this, you can like do that, you can just do some shit that's like, it's a very timeless expression. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna grab some cacao right quick. Whoa, my cat. She's just jumping. What? I'll be back in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Meow, 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 meow. What are you doing? What are you doing? Whoa. My cat is just confused. Hola. Nice. PV. Ah, PV guitar. Nice. Sweet. Nice. Beautiful. Thanks. Yeah, no. I mean, nothing wrong with bald people. I got hair down to here. And I don't think I'm going to lose my hair probably till I'm like 60 years old. That's just my genetics, but I'm also very healthy. What is good? What is good? Dub Devin, what's popping? My cat is requesting my attention. I think she just wants to get out of this place. What are you doing? Oh, let's go. Sweet. All right. Yo, I'm good, man. I'm good. Life's been pretty cool. Yeah, and I'm waiting on Ibanez guitar, which I've been waiting on for about a week and a half now, which is not very long. And it's in transit. It's supposed to be here in the next 2-3 hours, according to UPS. Yeah, between 11:30 and 3:30. So that's exciting. It's out for delivery. It might even happen on the stream. It's possible that I'll have my Ibanez delivered. But we'll see. Dreams of light. I was no longer bound, no longer bonded to any sense of a distinct body or mind. No separation existed between me, my skin, my body, my mind, and the entire rest of the world. No phenomena existed separate from me. Experiences happened, but no reference back to anyone, no references at all. No memory, no perceptions, but no perceiver. Perceptions, but no perceiver. The me that I had been recently, that had been sick, healthy, beggar Buddhist, disappeared like a cloud that moved through a sunlit sky. The top of my head came off. My hearing and my seeing just became hearing. It just became just seeing. Huh. Mingyur Rinpoche, sharing his experience on something interesting. This is a lucid dream book. Yo, it's day. It's lunchtime. It's noon. Yeah, lunchtime, noon. I'm here sipping cacao in the morning. All right. Let's see how we can match this pan flute here. You know, I've been finding myself the last day or two spending a lot of time sort of feeling into the nuances of the pan flute, because the pan flute's strange in many ways, but it's like part of what's interesting about it is you allow yourself to you basically can change keys by lending or bending into it, right? And that's the idea. Is like I feel like this buddy's been here before and said the same unhinged stuff, literally the same unoriginal hate speech. Hide user on this channel. Well, goodbye. But yeah, legitimately, it's like the way the pan flute basically matches certain notes when you basically lean into it. You really like lean. It's like you can create notes up here. This is a pan flute, my man. Thank you for stopping by and revealing how weird and unhinged you are. Thank you. Thank you. I'll throw you in a timeout. There you go, dog. It's what you've been asking for. Clearly, you're just itching to get banned and lose your rights. That's seems to be your character, my dog. But yeah, c'est la vie. Some people, they don't really know how to communicate. And that's just the nature of human beings. People be weird. Let's hook this up here. Little gain, little D. That's what we need. That's what we need. Beautiful. For that. Look, wither the tree will bloom again. Look, the withered tree will bloom again. That's a nice quote. Tolkien, like J.R. Tolkien. Yeah. It's very good to shape every day, inch by inch. Sure, yeah. Every day, inch by inch. Every day. Yeah. I mean, also that being said, I'm a firm believer in the life we live. I mean, I get what you're saying philosophically, poetically, right? But the world we're in, a lot of us, we're locked. Like we're programmed. We're trapped, let's say, in like a deep web of programming. It's not a very like gentle, farce. Like a lot of us, we need tenacity. We need like radical penetration. It's good to like take every day, a day at a time. It's good to be perceptive and gentle and patient with yourself. Absolutely. But I actually think that for a lot of us, especially as men, we need to actually be tenacious. We need to like be really engaging radically within what we believe in. We need to, really just penetrate the programming. You know, it's like a lot of us were locked in these weird sort of loops. These programs that we don't even maybe know exists. They're controlling and manipulating our lives, and that's the essence of it. Is like what this requires. What this is inviting of us is not just to sort of be like a lukewarm sort of neutrality. We need to be strong. We need to be resilient. We need to be very tenacious. We need to penetrate the programming. This is like a very core thing, I think. And what I'm talking about is not very complex. I'm speaking in a very poetic way, but people just need to live authentically. They need to live, on the edge. They need to actually do things and say things, express their truth. Whether it's like you're living in these like weird one-dimensional narratives that's, based out of fear, based out of programming, where you don't think have autonomy over your life. You're sitting, you're scrolling through your phone, feeling like a victim, feeling like you look at these little one-dimensional narratives and you're being programmed by fear, where in reality, you need to like see through these things. You need to sharpen your ability to penetrate the mold, the models of what a lot of society is showing you. You need to learn to challenge the models and challenge the mold. This is what musicians do all the time. Like when you listen to a song or a musician, you can be confident. Majority of the time, these are people that are trying to tell you to see something larger. They're trying to show you something, usually if they're a good musician in society, that we can really penetrate. Like we can look deeply into the model of society and be like, wow, things are maybe not necessarily what they seem, or they're not maybe serving us the way they think they're serving us. So you don't have to look very far to kind of find that, but yeah. I think we're in a very unique time, and it's only going to get worse, maybe before it gets better. I think I need more rosin for that. Welcome to this live stream. Is this my second account? No. This is my first account. This is my 0 to 1.3K or whatever I'm at, 1.23K. In an 8-month stride. Yeah. New YouTuber stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I think I've been on a deeper unconscious level and conscious level preparing to be, just a performance artist, YouTuber, etc. All right, so can I sub to, please? Sure, dog. Yeah, feel free, please. Subscribers is a beautiful way to support this channel. Because I'm not monetized on this currently, but I'm on the path to get monetized. So, yeah. In 2-3 weeks' time, we'll be in the monetization club, baby. But yeah, I teach guitar. I do meditative sound journeys. I create original music and etc. etc. I teach improv, I teach tapping, harmonics. I do lots of stuff, and that's kind of so if that's your, if that's your bag, then hell yeah. Ah, that's what you're saying. 777 is something in his name. Interesting. Nice. There's a guy that looks just like you. That's wild. Do you know his exact name? I doubt he's me. I doubt he's like actually me, replicating me. I'm curious though. I'm curious. Eugene, Mayer, whoever's this guy that you say is maybe me? Because maybe that would be crazy, bro. I totally agree on what you said. I challenged myself deeply and got the worst results. Right. I challenged myself deeply. Right. Why did you get the worst results? Where? Because the fundamental reason why you challenge yourself, why you push yourself, it's not about challenging yourself. What I said more so was challenging the models of society, challenging what you actually think you know. And challenging the models of society is not the same necessarily as challenging yourself. It's about learning to basically see how little you actually know. It's about humbling yourself, actually. It's not about challenging yourself, it's about humbling yourself. Humbling yourself to realize that you actually don't know as much as you think you might have known. And when you're in the process of doing this, you begin to challenge the models, be it if we're talking about like, the models of what people tell you is the right or wrong thing to do, maybe in relation to, I don't know, a romantic relationship or building a business or XYZ. You got to be like tenacious enough and intelligent enough or self-aware enough to be able to penetrate the models of what a lot of society is trying to tell you is like, oh, this is the right way to do it. This is the wrong way to do it. You got to like think freely, think for yourself. And again, a lot of that has to do with more just like, yeah, being humble, being open to being how little you actually know, to actually receive, to be open to see what you actually know. But we're talking about challenging yourself. Sure, like push yourself, know your boundaries, know your limits, understand how to engage a healthy relationship with discomfort. Because if you're challenging yourself, but there's no boundaries, you're burning out, you're breaking down, you're not really honoring yourself, then what's true to the point? Like, are you really challenging yourself or are you sabotaging yourself? So honestly, to challenge yourself means also honoring your boundaries. It means to develop a true healthy relationship with discomfort. That is a belief system that genuinely understands the role of discomfort. That's more so what we could say one would desire to mean by challenging yourself. You got to understand the role of discomfort. If you're a man that desires to go do strength training and push yourself and evolve and develop your body and evolve and develop your neurochemistry, that's a healthy, dimension of understanding discomfort. But obviously, you don't just go into a gym and push yourself into destruction all day long until your body breaks down and you experience hormonal imbalance and etc. etc. You honor your body, you find the balance, you understand what's your underlying tension and why you desire to engage in this discomfort, and then you see it deeper and you understand it's important. I'm gonna drink this cup. I'm gonna chug this cup because it's 12:30. But yeah, yeah, yeah. It is this. That's exactly right. Onyx, Onyx Grime. I speak of this openly, and this is very relevant to me as a streamer, as a YouTuber, as all of us, as human beings. Knowing your boundaries is everything. I actually said this very, very openly. Being a streamer, being a YouTuber, right, on the deepest level, actually isn't necessarily always about creating content. I would actually even say a lot of it doesn't even have to do with creating content. It doesn't even have to do with being a streamer per se. It has to do with mastering the art of boundaries. The art of boundaries, understanding your boundaries, understanding how you can enforce and set boundaries, psychological boundaries, energetic boundaries, emotional boundaries. And if you can manage boundaries effectively, if you can understand your boundaries, this applies to many different things in life, but as a streamer, as a YouTuber, you have to have this down. You have to understand how you can navigate these waters of boundaries. If you can do that successfully, you will succeed, as much as anyone else has the chance to succeed. which if we're talking about YouTube, it's a little bit slim, but how do you evolve your neurochemistry? Well, I'm glad you asked. There's many ways, actually. Many, many, many ways. But when we're talking about what I was just referring to, honoring your body, like learning to honor, say, your physical vessel, like doing strength training, doing various dimensions of how you can basically develop a relationship with healthy dopamine. That's the key thing, right? That is probably the cardinal thing among various, is learning to nurture your body, your whole life and reality with healthy dopamine. You may hear that. People say, like, oh, you want to engage in healthy dopamine. Don't engage or consume unhealthy dopamine. But what I'm talking about is a very deeply woven thing. That is, when we're talking about healthy dopamine, right? We're more so talking about dopamine that is more so playing to a longevity. It's playing to a game of, it's almost like if you have to understand what dopamine is without getting too intellectualized about this. Dopamine is not necessarily about having more or less, right? Dopamine more so is about having the susceptibility to really almost like experience the dopamine that you have better, to modulate it, to indirectly influence your dopamine surplus, so you can basically experience the dopamine that you have more intelligently and effectively. Because, dopamine, a lot of us, if we're addicted to something, we're experiencing spikes and dips of dopamine, right? You get addicted because you're chasing these high spikes and dips, these spikes and dips. It's very dysregulated. It's very imbalancing. You're getting a burst of dopamine. You go high above your baseline, you get another, you dip and you drop below your baseline. You're going above and below, above and below. It's this wild fluctuation. That's what addiction is. That's what's happening dopaminergically when you're addicted to something. The key to receive healthy dopamine is not to ride those crazy waves of dramatic spikes and dips. It's more so to create an ability to have a overall balanced dopaminergic experience. So again, how does this relate to what healthy dopamine is and isn't? It's, you got to have a healthy relationship with dopamine. Experiencing things, like if we're being really raw and honest or very clear, you got to do things that are like healthy, maybe healthy community or healthy intimacy, healthy, say, things like cold plunges or nervous system regulation, like breath work and things like strength training, all these different things, right? These awaken healthy dopamine. And the key thing beyond just getting healthy dopamine, this is more of the larger point that a lot of people, you're probably asking yourself, why don't I already have an evolved or a healthy relationship with my neurochemistry? It's because more than not, most people are programmed to basically be addicted to unhealthy dopamine. That is, I actually have a video about this. It's the one video that I released that has a decent amount of views on long format. But the idea is a lot of people were operating on instant gratification. You open your phone, you go through social media, and you're getting these immediate bursts of unhealthy dopamine. That's instantly gratifying you. It's giving you a burst of dopamine that maybe if you're really addicted, it'll go above the baseline, really high, and go below. And the key thing is, again, I could summarize everything by just simply saying you need to allow yourself to develop a life and a relationship with healthy dopamine. And on the same side of this, you have to also allow yourself to disconnect and deviate from unhealthy dopamine. You got to allow yourself to sever your relationship with these unhealthy forms of dopamine that you're consuming. This is a really important thing. And this goes really deep in many different things, but a lot of this comes down to awareness. Like why I'm even talking about this, and I don't even have to, you can go and search Andrew Huberman, right? I highly recommend, if you're interested in this at all and you want to go deeper, go and listen to Andrew Huberman's podcasts. Shout out Andrew Huberman. I love that guy. But Andrew Huberman, dopamine mechanics. Just search Andrew Huberman dopamine or dopamine mechanics or whatever you want to learn. He explains all of this in depth. And why I'm advocating this is the most pivotal thing that you can do to understand how to receive healthy dopamine, to have, a healthy neurochemistry and really be in control of your reality is awareness. It literally comes down to awareness. Once you have a deep level of awareness, you'll be like, this is how dopamine is operating. This is how dopamine is functioning. This is why
healthy or certain healthy activities are way better for your brain than certain other things, once that awareness is there, it becomes a lot easier for you to make better decisions, that align with these healthy things. Strangely enough, this is actually an encapsulation for me as I'm growing a business, I'm growing a YouTube channel, I have lots of deep-rooted intention. This is for me a healthy dopaminergic experience. I do many, many different things that are very healthy, creating music, going for runs and cold plunges, strength training, mobility training, calisthenic training. These are all examples of very healthy dopamine experiences, but also growing a YouTube business, one that is integral, one that's intentional, one that you really stand behind, that's allowing you to really like open your mind. And that is a healthy dopamine release. Like your brain literally receives dopamine on a, excess level depending on how you're doing. But yeah, it's a strong example. But again, I think for a lot of people, the key thing is to let yourself unplug, for lack of a better word, from that which is probably not serving you, like unhealthy dopamine. You gotta like, before you get to this point where you're rewiring your brain and creating a life that is revolving around healthy dopamine, you gotta actually like disconnect. You gotta actually take like this is where, again, like a moment ago or like a few moments ago, I was kind of saying very openly, like we need to take tenacious action in our lives. Like we as humans, as men and women, it's not like it's not a neutral endeavor in the nature of it to reprogram your brain. This takes radical conscious action. Like if you want to penetrate the program, you're like, wow, you know what? I don't like the life I'm living. I don't like being addicted to my phone, to unhealthy dopamine siphons. You got to break those molds. You got to break those models. And it happens with action. It happens with radical tenacity. It's not going to happen by itself. Hell, what's happening by default by itself is you being manipulated and programmed. Like this is the truth. You look at your phone, if you're sitting here absorbing all this programming and all these things through social media and all these different ways that you're being programmed, the default is you're going to be unconsciously programmed. The default is not going to be you living your most abundant life, penetrating the programming, living an abundant, dopaminergically optimized reality. That's not the default. The weird part about this, like I won't go too deep of a tangent, but the reason for this is people are profiting. They're literally depending on you to become unconscious, to be addicted. Like there are massive industries, corporations, various very large companies and corporations, like industries that are depending on you to be addicted. They're depending. They're like, yeah, we're profiting. They're pulling in profits from your dysregulation, from your dysfunction. This is the absolute truth. So yeah, it's almost like this is a bizarre reality that a lot of people don't really sit with. It's like, wow, it's like your default is going to be programmed to go unconscious, to be manipulated. Like most people, if you don't penetrate this programming, you're going to be a product of this programming. And that's going to be often, if not always, a life that you don't want to live. Anyways, that was a long tangent, but thank you for listening. True. Hey, thank you. I miss mushrooms so much. I'm glad, yeah, I'm glad you made that connection because mushrooms is a modality. It's not the entire answer, but I love mushrooms. I resonate with psychedelia. I resonate with philosophy that's been stemmed from deep psychedelic exploration. And absolutely, that is a perfect example. Using something like psilocybin, doesn't have to be psilocybin, but I love psilocybin, is a very effective way to penetrate the programming. And obviously, because think about it, when you do something like psilocybin, right? Maybe if you do a microdose, it's a little different. But if you go deep, you take a couple mushroom grams or a couple grams of mushrooms, that experience is harrowing sometimes. If you're new to it, it's intense. It is penetrating. It's not an easy experience, but that's the point, right? It's making you like step outside of your belief system and seeing with a different lens where you're like, oh, like wow, This world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. This world isn't all rose-tinted glasses, bullocks. Like there's something deeper going on here, and it invites you to explore this. Yeah, dog. It's again, this is like the strange thing is a lot of what I'm saying, this isn't a new, isn't a revolutionary innovate. This is a primal ancient way of seeing, right? This is like almost like if we were to try to define it, this is the ancient role of masculine energy. This is like to see things with clarity, with discernment, making intelligent choices that is rooted within this very core role of masculinity. Masculinity is a directional force in the universe. It just penetrates, without a no pun intended. It's like it's a directional force in nature. It is moving forward. It's just soaring through. It's a directional force of nature, right? So it's like that is like the very essence of masculine energy, is to be able to penetrate into things. And if like you're looking at the way that we as men, if we fail to have that level of core masculine essence, then we're sitting in this place where we're not able to see with clarity. We're not able to see with discernment. We're not able to, use our logical facilities, our intellectualized facilities to see through delusions and distortions. And that it's like a very fundamental thing that's connected to what men, and of course all humans, men and women, do, but men just happen to have a lineage of being able to do this. This is like our ancestral connection. Yeah. I mean, thank you for sharing your thoughts or preaching about, I guess, Jesus here, but I don't think you're my target audience. And I think if you come on people's random streams and you just randomly tell people they need Jesus, I think you need a little more of a spiritual intervention yourself. You probably need to, ask yourself, how effective is your critical thinking ability? No disrespect, though. Anyways, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Yes, I am. Oh, wow. Beautiful. That's I am. Some of the most powerful words you can say, I feel. I really feel this. Actually, the second song I ever wrote, period, was called I Am. Yeah. Welcome to this YouTube channel. Connected, and we reconnected. Rick and Morty episode with the kids coming out. I am. I love that show. I love that show, man. I mean, that show can sometimes go over the top, as it, Rick and Morty does, but damn, that show is great. Like Justin Roiland he's just a brilliant comedian. That's what happens when you miss the boat. Hey, thank you, friend. We're killing it musically, I think. Been on a streak. Does mushrooms change visions? Does mushroom change vision? If you mean like, does mushrooms give you like a visual hallucination? Sometimes, but not often actually. At least not in my experience. I think that has a lot to do with your the way your brain works. But again, in my experience, very rarely. Like I could do multiple grams of mushrooms and I'll very, very rarely experience much visual distortion. Like you may see things almost like it's like a dream world, or it's very like maybe high contrast, and maybe almost like it's dancing or breathing or morphing if you enter a high realm. But very rarely are you like full on going in visual hallucination mode. That's not really a commonality. That being said, the very first time I did mushrooms, when I was about 16 years old, I did 7.5 grams, or 7, yeah, just over 7 grams. And I did hallucinate. Like, I had full on, beautiful, very active hallucinations. Now, I think part of the nature of what occurred when I was this age, and I did 7 grams is a lot. I've never done 7 grams to this day, but I was, I was a kid and I didn't really understand. Like, I was a teenager. I was like, yeah, let's just do 7 grams, whatever. What's the big deal? and innately, yeah, I think part of the experience, I was open. I was very receptive. I was like almost like romanticizing the experience of being on shrooms, where my mind was like almost like going in imagination mode, where I was like, all right, let's stretch and heighten this experience as much as humanly possible. And naturally, on 7 grams of mushrooms, eventually I did enter a peak where I was under uh, full visual hallucinations, where I would see like, it wasn't like anything bizarre. It was like everything had such beautiful, illuminating contrast, and it looked like every little sliver of where my visual field changed was a different dimension. Like I would see every time I would move my head at any given moment, and this was in the peak, it was a different dimension, like different colors, different like vastly intricate patterns, and that was just I never had that since. Yeah, not normal. I mean, man, I mean that is that 7 gram choice of that. Ever stared at your face and looked at the tribal lines? Not necessarily. When I'm on shrooms, like doesn't even matter if I'm on a high dose. I do see my face as like a very strange experience. Like it looks like my face is like not fixed. It's like a very like morphing, like almost like it doesn't make sense the shape that my face is. But yeah, I think that experience though, I mean, it shaped me surely to who I am today in a very positive way. But when I was 16, I was a very different person. I was similar to how I am. I was a musician, philosopher type, learning to figure out these things, of course. But I was also a very like compulsive dude. Like as a 16-year-old, I smoked cigarettes. I smoked tons of weed. Did psychedelics. Did other commercial substances. Just like the odd rave substance thing. And I went to raves at 16. I was just I don't know, I was like a strange teenager that was very compulsive. So for me to be like, let's do some drugs that are mushrooms, right? Didn't even know what mushrooms were particularly. Like I knew from watching Tenacious D, like watching Tenacious D, the movie with Jack Black. That's how I understood mushrooms. I was like, oh, mushrooms. Like you're gonna, see colors and, go to La La Land and it'll be really weird. But I was not a stranger to substances, but I didn't know what mushrooms were. So to think of, okay, let's just do 7 grams of mushrooms, it was like a compulsive thought that I was like, okay, I can handle this. And technically I handled it, but I'll be honest, that was the moment where I realized what ego death is. That's where I realized what like a deep sense of fear and existential dread was, followed by that's where I became like enamored with the potential of the human mind and human verbal realms. Like I had such a powerful experience on those 7 grams. A lot of it, I'll probably be honest, a lot of it I probably don't remember like in vivid detail, but a lot of it I do remember, strangely enough. Anyway, and you share any what? What? If you have any Naga visions, contact me. I don't know what that means, but if you're talking about political beliefs, or you're talking about some sort of political agenda, this is a music channel, friend. If you're not, then beautiful. Like if Naga means something else, let's see what Naga means in a sort of ancient context. But if you're talking about Naga is the race of human-headed serpents. Oh, so you're talking about that? The human-headed serpents that can transform between fully human and serpent forms, including any species in the size of a snake. So Naga in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism is the member of class of the mythical beings, semi-divine beings, half human, half cobra, strong, handsome species who can assume either holy forms of serpentines or humans. Potentially dangerous, but also beneficial to humans. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah. That's cool, man. I just learned that right now. I had no idea what Naga was. Yeah, I can't say I actually have ever had that. Exactly, you deserve a badge for handling well. I miss those days. I don't know. I think I was just... this is the thing. When I was 15, 16, yeah, I would commend my younger self. I think of this often because, I'm 31 years old, right? I'm a full-grown adult. I've had many years, like 15, 16 years to be exact, to go on very intense quests to heal and expand and honor my health and all these things, right? But as a 15, 16-year-old, I was like on a very interesting quest where I wanted to just live. I wanted to just live. I didn't really care necessarily about like, oh, is there like the dangers or the borders of that, or I don't know. I lived very presently, and that's the thing. As much as like as a 15, 16-year-old, I was maybe very compulsive and unhinged and, didn't think things through very much. I also was very confident, very present, like extraordinarily present. It was like I had zero regrets, zero resistance. I was very blatant, very honest, very present. And yeah, I was also, strangely enough, I'm the same human that I always have been, right? The same human that I am. But I was younger. I had a facade, I was like still self-aware, still morally aligned, ethically aligned on a deep level. But I also just didn't give a fuck. And the simplest right, like it was like as a young 16-year-old or whatever, I just didn't give a fuck. And and that kind of expresses why I chose to do 7 grams of mushrooms. I think about that to this day a lot. 16-year-old me or 15-year-old me, he was a wise dude. Very weird, very unhinged, very like frustrated and, angsty, but I think about this a lot in a very interesting context. I am the man I am today. Like I've been sober for 11 years, I love mushrooms. I feel like I very am honored to be the being that I am today. And part of the reason why I am the way I am this way, why I've gone on such a vast journey to expand myself and honor my health, honor my body, and etc., is because, I went on a journey when I was 15, 16, 17, 18, where I just, went on a strange, rebellious, kind of unhinged journey. I just lived, I tried to go through a phase where if you really want to ascend, start living in service to others. Sure, correct. 51% service to others, 49% service to self. The ascension ratio, the way you don't self-sacrifice. Sure. Yeah. That's not a thing I've ever heard before, a direct percentage of the percentage ratio. But thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing, Temple. Temple Lion Studios. What an interesting name. I have a good feeling about Temple Lion Studios. So what about salvia? What is salvia? Who's asking? Someone's asking about salvia. I don't know. Yeah, salvia is it's not a good idea. It's not I don't know. I remember when I was like younger and I smoked weed and I did probably the same thing a lot of people in my generation did is you at some point, you're with friends and like, "Hey, let's try some salvia." And they're like, "Okay, what is salvia? I don't know. Let's figure it out." And then you just smoke a tiny dose of salvia or do a moderate dose of salvia, and you learn very fast that salvia is not it's not that great. It's not a good idea. It's sort of borderline dangerous. I don't know. I personally, my experience with salvia was very simple, right? I was like, in between lunch break at school with a bunch of friends, we're smoking weed out of a bong, laughing, talking about life, and someone was like, hey, we got some salvia, let's try it. And I was like, sure, let's do this. And I remember it was like low to moderate dose of salvia, and I pop it in this bong. I smoke it very like cautiously, smoke a little bit, and then I like hold it in for a long time. And all that happened was I zoomed out a little bit, and everyone became templates. Like that was the core experience was everyone, like the people around me, just became these white, like ghost-like templates. Like almost like if you were like, looking at a template. It was something that was empty. It was just a little etching, an outline of what humans were. And I was just seeing outlines of humans, and that was weird. I was like, whoa, this is very bizarre. And I experienced everyone in their template form. Everyone was talking and everything. I could hear them, but it was like the templates were everything. And I sat there for like maybe 5, 10 minutes. Everything was templates. I kind of breathed and was looking around, like, this is weird. And then after that, I wrote it off. I was like, yeah, salvia kind of sucks. It's not for me. And it's bizarre to look at how people, if you've ever gone on Reddit or something, you go to like Arrowwood or whatever, and you read about salvia, and salvia is bonkers. Like salvia is not something I recommend ever. And if you ever read about salvia and you hear about people that do large doses of it, um, the core experience in salvia at large doses. Now, apparently, a lot of people experience different things. Some very harrowing, some borderline like deliriant esque stuff. But most people, they report that salvia makes them basically embody inanimate objects. Like that's the core thing a lot of people report is you become an inanimate object. And think about this, right? You're a human, you're like, okay, I'm smoking some salvia, whoa, and then you just like do it, and suddenly you become a tree. Like you are experiencing the life of a tree. And another weird thing about salvia, again, I haven't done it in this dose, I've just read reports about it, is people report that time changes, time like dilates and shifts, where you basically experience years, it feels like years and years of experience as said inanimate objects. So sometimes people report becoming I don't know, a wall or a post or a tree or a chair. Often people report becoming like inanimate objects, and it's not like a weird like obscure feeling. It's like they become the object. Suddenly, like they're trapped inside of an inanimate object, be if it's a wall or a tree or whatever. Suddenly, you are this being, and you're living the life of this inanimate object for X amount of time, and then you leave that experience, and then suddenly you're back to your body. And you're like, whoa, that was fun. And that's a lot of people. They literally report that's what salvia is doing. It's like, in a weird sense, blurring the lines between the matter, the materia of inanimate objects. Almost like the particles that is you in this object or whatever it's doing. I don't know. Like again, I'm not a explorer of salvia, but I don't recommend it. I really like people, even strangely enough, there reports ancient tribes have used salvia, in a very controlled, very ritualistic way. But I don't know. I don't know. I advocate psychedelics. I don't advocate salvia. I'm pretty sure salvia is not a hallucinogenic, or at least it's not a psychedelic. What is it? It's either a deliriant or salvia is like a different. It's a different category of psychedelics. It's not the regular type of salvia. It's not. Yeah. It's like it has a similar. What is it? Potent hallucinogenic. So it isn't hallucinogenic. Yeah. What is it? Salvia is a potent, naturally occurring hallucinogen. That's a kappa opioid receptor. Yeah, I just know it's not a regular type of psychedelic. Hmm. I don't know. It's something I haven't explored in a while, but or even looking at like the Google terms of it. All I can say is, long story short, don't recommend it. You look into it, have fun looking on Reddit about people talking about salvia, but I would never truly recommend that. I play beautifully too. Thank you. I feel in flow. I have a great feeling about you too. Why, thank you. Thank you, Temple Lion. I feel good about this mission, this path, this journey Very much too. It's been beautiful. Like I have to say, I feel like incredibly blessed at this point for the Light family. So is it good to do hallucinogenic thing with the self for only growth in life? Is that good to do hallucinogenics thing with self? Okay, for only growth in life. If I think I understand what you're saying here, so you're asking, is hallucinogenics, are they helping you um, growing in life? And is this a good thing? Like, is it a good tool to grow in life? Um, Now, that's a very multifaceted thing, I'd say to Dub Devin. Like, yes. And a short answer, hallucinogenics, particularly, we're going to talk about psilocybin. You can extend that to LSD, but particularly we'll talk about like things like psilocybin. It's a very strong, well-researched psychedelic, where personally I've had a lot of experience with it. Is it can be a successful tool that helps you in life, but there's a lot of caveats of what I want to sort of cover, and one is simply so psilocybin, if it's the psychedelic we're talking about here, right? The hallucinogenic is it's something that doesn't necessarily deliver you a blissful, euphoric, lovey-dovey sort of sugar-coated rainbows, whatever kind of experience. It's going to deliver you a filterless reality. Psilocybin, on a neurological level, it's basically, it's what is it doing? It's temporarily deactivating certain centers of the amygdala. So that's, your fear region of the brain. It's like it's straying activity away from the amygdala, right? And it has many different functions of what that does, but very simply, it's allowing you to see the reality in an unfiltered way. Now, what I'm simply saying is you do shrooms, and it's not necessarily going to be a fun experience. It's not necessarily going to be like a euphoric. It could be. It could be. You take a low dose, do it in a safe environment, in a good mentality. It could be a blissful, wonderful, like euphoric experience. But what shrooms that is psychedelic will often deliver to you is a experience of perceiving reality in an amplified way without a filter. So here you are. Doesn't matter, what filters or, reality that you're censoring or projections that you're sitting and, trying to process and deal with. Psilocybin, most doses, if you take like a moderate dose or even a low dose, it's going to successfully allow you to step outside of those filters for a short period of time. Like you're going to look at it, you'll look at reality and be like, whoa, like everything is very intense. Like you'll maybe look at things you've never really seen, truly for the first time. You'll look deep in, and some of these things are harrowing. Some of these things are very intense. You'll look at the nature of reality. You'll look at the nature of humans. You'll look at the nature of maybe sexuality. You'll look at the nature of, all these little things, and you'll see them in um, a very honest light. Usually, again, this is not everybody's experience, but that's what my experience shows me. And what I want to simply say, though, extending from that, is the thing with psychedelics, and this is a very, like, I think a universal truth about it, is you don't need psychedelics per se. You don't need to act like psychedelics are the answer. They're not gonna, be the lifelong giver of truth and etc. You don't need psychedelics to achieve happiness in life. You don't need psychedelics to facilitate spiritual experiences in life. You really don't. Like, this is very important to understand. Some people may not ever see that, or maybe not desire to see that, but you do not need psychedelics. That's a key thing, is to experience like a rich, full life, one that is honoring growth and expansion. You don't need psychedelics per se. But in the modern society, and this kind of circles around a lot of the stuff that I talked about earlier, about dopamine and programming. In modern society, a lot of us are heavily programmed. We're experiencing vast arrays of conditioning and programming that, yes, engaging in something, say, like a psychedelic, will allow you to successfully penetrate the programming, allow you to see the programming for what it is, ideally. And when you can see the programming for what it is, you can make intelligent choices, so you can, be more self-aware, or you can, I don't know, help yourself be more present, or maybe integrate wounds or whatever it is you really, desire to do on a psychological level. So, yeah, psychedelics are a tool that can help you see a different perspective. They can help you see the world without a filter. Not exactly a health or not exactly a fun or easy thing to do, but it's important. It's powerful. It's empowering. It's in many ways it can be life changing if you are, a integral, self-aware person that integrates these things. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I could talk about psychedelics all day long, and I appreciate you guys listening. But it's a very multifaceted topic. That's I love psychedelia. I haven't done shrooms truthfully in probably like 5 months or 6 months. Like, I used to do mushrooms quite a lot, and I love and revere the mushrooms. I revere all medicine, but yeah. But yeah, thing I love to talk about. Time I was tripping and was holding onto the table with one hand. I smoked it and was floating on a rock of a river of lava with everyone and was sitting at a table. And then I broke away from everyone and I was scared and I was going to float away. Ah, I'm assuming you're talking about salvia. Here's the known bellflower. Say some people don't come back to the trip. They go off crazy. Here it is known as the bellflower. You're talking about salvia, I'm imagining? Yeah. Like salvia, maybe like deliriums as a whole. Yeah, psychedelics, altered states of consciousness, like, even just to living dead, like altered states of consciousness, like, let's be real here. They're intense. Like, they are intense. These if you're a psychonaut or you desire to go and, explore the waters of an altered state, recognize you're probably going to be buckling yourself up for quite the experience, more than not. And that's okay. Like, you'll learn a lot about yourself and the nature of, well, humans and consciousness in a healthy way when you do, basically, because this is the wild thing. Let's be real. If we're going to get philosophical and sort of penetrate a lot of what's important here, psychedelics, or that is experiencing maybe a difficult experience on a psychedelic, and you don't have to, this isn't mutually exclusive just to psychedelics, but this allows you to put in perspective the identity of self. Because a lot of us, like, this is a deep-seated truth I speak of often, and, this aligns a lot with, like, quantum mechanics and metaphysical philosophy, but the most important, one of the most core things you can learn as a human, and psychedelics, they help you figure this out, is you are not the identity of self. Like, this is actually a thing Alan Watts loves to, talk about and promote, is you are not just your beliefs, your identity. You're not that. That is not who you are. Like, and when you're on a psychedelic, or maybe you're just exploring an altered state via meditation or something that radically challenges your perception of self or your model of self, you're going to come to see that you are not in fact your identity. You're not the identity that you believe you are. You are surely something that is beyond that, is infinite. And when you get to even just the most brief glimpse of that, you begin to see very beautiful things. You begin to see that there are so many extraordinary things once you suspend the idea of self. Like, once you recognize that, I'm not just this identity of, whoever you think you are, or whatever, quintessential definition of who you really believe you are. And that's a challenging thing sometimes for people to grip, is being like, oh, wait, I'm not myself. Who am I really? What does this even mean? Why am I holding so heavily or tightly to who I think I am? Like, my personality or my identity of who I am. And I don't know. It's bizarre. The return to make animated shows and music about spirituality and oneness. One love. And we are one. Interesting. So I had a near-death experience. I floated my body in through a tunnel. On the other side, I was in the cosmos and told telepathically that I wanted to go back now that I then chose. Sounds like a classic, near-death experience. Yeah. And that's beautiful. I'm sure that was not a easy experience, but absolutely, sounds beautiful. Well, allow me to wear a crazy hat. Nope. I hate to break it to you, Schlurmy, 122 245 or whatever. Nah, bro, the crazy hat choice is up to you, but I don't know, that's on you, dog. Psychedelics have really less to do with hats. Hats more have to do with your ability to just express yourself. You know, if you're a musician for 17 years and that's your livelihood and you devoted yourself to expression and penetrating the societal norms to suppressing your expression, then maybe you will. Maybe you will wear a crazy hat, you know?
It was a gift, Podrick.
Whoa. Shorts. YouTube shorts are blasting me. But yeah, dog, if that makes sense to you, if you're an artist and you've devoted your life and you know you actually you honor the act of expressing yourself, then sure, bro, maybe you will rock a crazy hat. Maybe you'll rock a crazy jacket and maybe you will really get it. But if not, then hey man, that's just not your path. That's okay. That didn't come out right. Shrooms treat migraines and cluster headaches. Interesting. That's beautiful. Yeah, that's not my expertise by any means. I'm a fortunate dude that I don't have headaches. Like I rarely ever have headaches. But that's a beautiful, like that's magic mushrooms happen to have a history. You know, it's well researched that they treat cluster headaches. So I'm glad that worked out for you, Andrew. You know? Microdosing. Yeah, I think he's referring to microdosing. I'm referring to micro and macrodosing, of course. But microdosing, I believe, is beautiful. It has a very powerful application. Yes, living. I'll gladly tell in detail somewhere. I'm very open. Wow. I recommend Changa. Beautiful. I love that you went there, Temple. I love Changa. Changa is a deeply resonant, I would say, ally, if we're going to use that word. Like I've been enamored with Changa for about the last 9-10 years. I've used it, you know, a handful of times. It'd be like 9, 10, 11 times total in the last like 9-10 years. But I speak of this very openly on this channel, is Changa, without a shadow of a doubt, has been like a powerful messenger. Like the first experience I had with Changa, I speak of this very openly, is I basically had a wave of synchronicities, or yeah, a wave of all these different very interesting alignments that occurred almost like in an impossible fashion. And, you know, I basically had a dream where I experienced all these shadow figures that were friends and entities, and one of them handed me this joint. And they're like, this is Changa. And then I remember feeling it and looking at this joint and then smoking it. And it was a weird experience because, you know, I hadn't smoked anything in many years at this point. But I remember inhaling and then feeling this deep-seated trust and connection and warmth. And I was like, Changa. And I didn't even know basically what Changa was at that time. Like I'd heard the word a few times. And then I woke up from this dream. And then later in the day, I had a friend. She called me. Like she reached out and was like, hey, I'd love to hang out, talk about psychedelics. It turned out she was leaving town and she was about to go and go organic farming in the van that she created. And she had someone gift her a bunch of Changa. And she basically, in the simplest right, she basically was on this interesting quest where she was dedicating a lot of her last like several months to basically being guided by Changa and almost being like a messenger that was connecting people to Changa. It was very beautiful, and she seemed to be like a very beautiful soul and was in a very interesting place in her life. Anyway, long story short, I had Changa enter my reality, and I did a ceremony with her. I sat with this compound, and it like really went through a very beautiful experience where the initial experience of smoking this Changa after doing this like beautiful fire spinning ceremony, and you know, we meditated and did frequency forks and all these herbs, and it was very beautiful. And it was a full moon too. We were sitting underneath this like oceanside area, and it was like a full moon. And yeah, I did this Changa, and I remember vividly I immediately processed like waves and waves of intense fear. Like it was like this was about again 10-11 years ago. This moment I was processing intense waves of basically all this human fear. You know, the fear of all these things, maybe the fear of the human fears that I had suppressed or that was surfacing in that immediate moment of smoking the changa. And ultimately, the fear of death. It's like this was the reoccurring theme when I would introduce changa, was I would immediately find myself immediately put in perspective the fear of death, which is the core fear of everything, right? You know, we fear many different things in this world that we think we fear, but the core fear of all that is the fear of death. And yeah, in this changa experience, it taught me this over and over and over again, this initial surfacing, this facing this fear. So I remember after I went in this altered state, I remember like in a quarter of a second everything melted away, and I remember thinking to myself like, what have I done? I can't believe I've done this. Like immense fear. I was like, I just felt like I just slipped away into the other world, and it was very intense. And I remember then in this altered state, I saw all these like Mayan shapes and symbols. They looked like they were like ancient Mayan structures that were kind of like lukewarm, like they were kind of like muted, but they were there. So I sat with these structures, experiencing this, and then eventually I like awakened, and then I started staring at the moon, and everything was like fresh and raw, and I remember just being extremely present. And then from that moment, I remember she just asked me, "Do you want to do a second toke?" And I remember thinking, yes. Like immediately, I was like, "I've already faced the fear of the human experience. I've already gone this far. Absolutely, I think this is the move to go and sit with this again." So then I did the second dose, and that is when immediately, in a fraction of a second, I just burst out laughing. Like I burst out laughing, and I felt this warmth and this awareness. And this is when, hello comment section. But yeah, this is surely when sharing his opinions and experiences, and no one's forcing you to be here to listen. Yeah, but regardless, Changa, you realize Changa's been around for about 50 years, 40 years. Changa's only been around for about 50 years, right? But anyways, what I'm simply saying is, as I experienced the second dose, I immediately felt this wave of like, what I describe this as is, I used to train martial arts for like 7 years. I trained jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. And in no-gi jiu-jitsu, when you do this move called a double leg takedown, it's, the same move in wrestling, where you're just basically dropping, you drop one leg and drop the other, and you're diving through your opponent, and you're picking them up and lifting and throwing them off their feet. And it immediately felt like I had a wave of energy pick up my body and just throw me like I was being thrown by a double leg takedown. And when I did this symbol, that was my throat chakra. So it was like a blue symbol that resembled the throat chakra, but it was like in a melting, morphing shape. But it was like morphing and becoming the throat chakra symbol. It flew at me. Like it just immediately was just, it pushed me. So that experience, and then immediately from then on, I remember just feeling like this immense amount of like warmth. And then I realized my friend who was doing the ceremony, she was hugging me. She was holding me and feeling into the energy of me. And then as I did this experience, then eventually I saw this shape, that was the throat chakra, the blue kind of symbol. It eventually morphed into a purple chakra. It was like the I think that's the third eye, or the third eye chakra. And that one, basically, I saw that morph, and then suddenly it kind of dispersed into a deep, rich, dark red. So it became the root chakra, and was kind of like morphing and, kind of breaking apart and then coming back together. And yeah, I saw this shape. I saw this beautiful thing. And then from there on, my whole body just felt a massive wave of warmth and openness. And then from there on, my life, honestly, it really permanently changed for the better. It was like, in the simplest way, I spent the day with this friend of mine. We talked a lot, and we were like, yeah, we really connected. And I felt like it permanently opened my heart chakra. So from that moment, like this is a lengthy story, and it obviously integrates and unravels in many years. It was 11 years ago. But long story short, I've spoken this multiple times on the stream. This heart chakra opening was the first phase I mean, it really began before that when I was opening my root chakra and my sacrum with learning to transmute sexual energy and etc., etc. But this was a pivotal phase of opening these energy centers. And fast forward today, this is also what's birthed being a YouTuber. I went on this quest about the moment when COVID happened, when I was, COVID happened and I basically spent all my time and days just doing shrooms, sitting in the forest, and writing music. Like all day long, I would just write music. I would write a song every single day, start to finish, and that went on for like 7 months. And yeah, I basically went on this long quest to awaken my throat chakra, my ability to communicate with others and the universe. It was like this was the pivotal moment where I truly began to honor my ability to communicate. And then fast forward, I spent many hours every day going in forests, learning to philosophize, psychoanalyze. Like I would just speak whatever flowed through. And then fast forward, 7, 8 years, here we are today. My YouTube channel is centered around this. This was what birthed my YouTube channel because the vision was clear. Around COVID, when I was doing all these mushrooms, I had a deep revelation that I was like, I'm meant to be a YouTuber. Like it was like a very, very clear truth that took a lot of time to unravel. But yeah, long story short, opened my ability to communicate. I honed this. This was birthed by connecting with Changa, and then this is a part of how this channel birthed. Now there's many different variables of how this channel really has become materialized until it is today. And this channel's only been alive for 8 months. But I'm now like on a very devoted path where I'm very confident. I desire to bring this channel to basically be a full-time YouTuber. Yeah. Too much LSD. Thank you, Richard. Thank you for sharing your character. Thank you for revealing your truth, man. You've lost your ability to comment. As a Beefcake, yeah, the guy, that's what I thought it was the same person, but this guy, I mean, yeah, I wear this hat. I've had this hat for 4 days, so yes, brother. When I work on film sets around actors, where I get paid to play guitar and improvise, yes, I will wear this hat. As long as it's not raining and the weather permits it. But thank you again thank you for revealing your projections. You've made it very easy to filter people that don't belong on this channel, or is not my viewership. So thank you. Anyways, yeah, thank you for listening. That was a long speech, but I feel like part of me felt very called to just share that. It's like intuitively I was like, I really would love to just piece this together to articulate part of the intention of this channel. Yeah, but that's interesting. Returning to, I guess, what Brenda kind of said. And I think, the other commenters kind of have touched on it beautifully. This kind of summarized, I think, a healthy perspective of it. But yes, I actually do, again, like I said in the moment, Changa's been around for 40 years. You realize that, right? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm rough on the details. It's not been around for that long. Like, the actual invention, someone decided, hey, let's pair the boa vine or this Changa mixture with an MAOI and create this experience. Not been around for very long. Like, not very long at all. It's a modern invention. But I think as Temple Lion Studios has expressed, you do realize that, yeah, we unfortunately, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert of all the different domains of how ayahuasqueros and different shamanic communities exist. But we're in a very unique time that, unfortunately, this is a very rampart issue, is there's a lot of disintegral shamanic medicine communities. Like, this isn't even like a ambiguous thing. This is actually like fact. I don't even have to go to all the medicine communities and shaman sort of power dynamics that are maybe imbalanced. Surely there's extraordinary integral shamans that exist. I'm sure they're out there. But we're in a very strange time where there are people that are abusing these power dynamics. A lot of people that are creating these weird medicine ayahuasca type communities, these cult like, tribal like, I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert. I haven't even done ayahuasca, but I hear about this all the time. There are people that disclose this issue all the time. And I think, strangely enough, for those that are feeling themselves organically connected to the medicine on a very intuitive level, like they revere the medicine, they honor the experience, and that is their forefront of their intention, that serves just as deep of a purpose as someone that we could say is, yeah, the ancestral tribes that has a lineage connected to that. That has depth. Like you're right there on some regard is the reason why these ancient medicines are important is not necessarily about just the medicine itself. It's the tradition, it's the ritualistic elements, it's the integration. That is such a invaluable, a powerful element of these medicines. Is learning to actually integrate all these other elements. It's the vast traditions of what our ancestors are trying to pass down. So to some degree, you're correct. Sure, we want to honor what our ancestors have been trying to pass down, but you can't act like in modern 2026 that we're not drowning in corruption. We're not drowning in people, manipulators, corrupt this, that, the other, be abusers of the human experience and the spiritual experience. We're in a very unique time that is really requiring a profound amount of returning to the individual, as Terence McKenna likes to say. It's like we are in a very unique time that is truly inviting us as individuals to return to our roles, our individual empowerment. This is important. So I think what I'm advocating, what I'm trying to convey truly does actually, it truly speaks to that. Is not saying I'm an expert, I got a long way to go. Surely I'm a student. I'm a student of the mind, psychedelics, psychedelia. I'm a student of these things, but I truly feel, because this is the core thing, is I've been an artist, right? I've been a musician, etc. for 16, 17 years. And I'm also a sound healer. Like that's what I do. This is what a lot of this channel is about. I create meditative sound journeys. This is just what I've fallen in love with. I haven't tried to be anything. I've been just a musician, a dude that just plays guitar. I'm a punk rocker. I'm a alternative rocker at heart. But the idea is that I've just become enamored in the domain of sound healing. And what going down this path has shown me is the profound ability we have as humans, as individuals, to become our own healers, to become healers. And a healer doesn't have to be, XYZ identification of what you define as a healer. A healer is a person that really is like, opening these doors, opening portals and channels that allows people to heal themselves. I don't try to define myself as anything. I just am a dude that happens to just love guitar and play a lot of guitar and make a lot of music that happens to really align with things that I think help me see things with clarity. And anyway, I think to the answer, I surely don't care. Yeah. I know you're here, you're a strange person. I know there's another person. You're a human being, Brenda, on the other side of the screen. And I don't know. I don't know you. I know we're all, this is a surreal experience. Like I meet people sometimes, especially the last couple of days, where I'll talk to them, at random about music, and they'll start asking about like my background and my music and my YouTube channel and stuff. And I'll start to like realize how surreal it is that every given part of this, you're all human beings, every single one of you, for the better and for the worse, or that is the betterment, but also those that are like, outlandish and unhinged. Literally all of you. It's almost like surreal to process that every single one of you are human beings. Just as, I go in this real world and see you and experience you, it's like we're all just literally just so human. But yeah, I don't have a Spotify. I'm actually in the process of studio recording a lot of music that I will release on Spotify. I have SoundCloud. I've released like 3 songs on SoundCloud, but most of what my focus is, like musically, content-wise, creative-wise, it's all on YouTube. My YouTube is my epitome. It's everything. It's my center. It's what I'm focusing. One day in the future, I'll create a Patreon. I'll, focus growing Instagram businesses and Spotify and SoundCloud, whatever. I'll do whatever. I love all these platforms, but YouTube is like my core love. Like I love the YouTube community. I love YouTube as a whole. And that's why I feel honored to like enter this realm of being a YouTuber. It's like YouTube is my emphasis. So yeah, anyways, all I'm saying is my music is on YouTube. The sound journeys I've created so far is on YouTube. Everything will probably be released through this YouTube. Anyways, thank you for listening. I know I've not been playing music, but nice. Nice. But yeah, no, I appreciate that you appreciate Terrence McKenna. Heck yes. I'm just, whatever I'm doing here, even if I'm like, you know, showing up at this, that, or the other way, I'm honestly, my core part of how I do these streams is pretty much the same, right? I play music, I say some stuff, but the core thing of what I'm actually really doing here is I'm just trying to show up authentically. I'm trying to authentically communicate. And, I've said this once or twice on my streams, but the reason I'm doing this is very simple, right? I'm trying to show people how important in this modern day and age it is to authentically communicate, to be authentic. Whether you're playing guitar or wearing whatever, right, or expressing your truth, it's important to authentically communicate yourself, what you feel like in this world, in the human world, person to person, wherever you are, right? It's like this is a very important part of the human experience. So, if I'm going to experience things, if people are going to do this or that, I'm here to try to just express my authentic truth, right? Yeah. Have you had the time to listen to Cultural Prophetica? Not yet. Not yet. I guess this is low key my excuse, but I've also been out of the house, like stream train, went to a flow jam, woke up, came home, woke up, stream again. I'm waiting for a guitar too. All my energy, all my focus is basically waiting for. Let's see, my guitar should come here. If you guys are been listening to my rambling or my my enthusiasm is let's see, out for delivery. My guitar is gonna arrive in the next hour or two. I ordered an Ibanez guitar. It's a beautiful guitar, so I'm getting a new guitar. But let's see. So Cultural Prophetica. I might just search this up because let's just I can just take a moment, pop on some headphones so I don't get copyrighted, and let's do a live reaction of Cultura Prophetica. Let's do that. Cultura Prophetica, or even on my headphone. You can't really wear headphones with this. Let's take a brief moment to see some Cultural Prophetica. It's a mixture. Culture Prophetica illegal. Culture Prophetica completat. To grandis textos. Let's see what resonates. Gresse Culture Prophetica Tecre. It's definitely in an alternate language, like Brazilian or something. Okay, let's give it a go. I already like it. I already like it. 20 seconds in. 20 seconds in. Wow. Holy. Wow. Okay. I must say thank you, Alessar, for recommending, bro. Like Cultura Prophetica, illegal, profel. There's so much going on so far. I'm at minute 18 in. Like the cinematography, if this is the word, like raw cinematography of like the visuals of this like these like this guy, I guess he's like probably the lead singer or something, or one of the band members. He's dancing with this like gorgeous, looks like a Brazilian or like Middle Eastern woman that's like, it's like all these interesting shots. It's like I'm watching a movie where there's like these interesting shots of like his tattoos and her dress, and it's like very high quality cinematography. And then it's like it sounds like a almost like reggae but like silky, very beautiful, very classy song, I gotta say. Like, and it starts like very psychedelic. Like the first like 20-30 seconds is like this beautiful, like psychedelic rock, like ambient adventure. I gotta say, I mean, wow, I didn't expect that. Man, yeah, that band is great. Cultura Prophetic. I don't know if I'm even saying that right, but that is like astonishing. Where it's again like as a guy that, I'll be perfectly honest. I mean, this is maybe looking into it in a different sort of deeper light, but it's similar. Is a lot of what they're showing is like a guy just like dancing, connecting with this woman. It's like intimately they're dancing. They're just like really like celebrating. I don't know what he's saying in this language, but it's like I can kind of interpret it. I mean, I can almost if I almost premeditate what's going on in this song, I'm assuming maybe she's some sort of like escort. It almost seems like that, but regardless, it seems like I like the level of like intimacy through dancing, because I'll be honest, as a guy, I'm a dancer myself. Like I'm a tutter. I do like liquid popping, locking animation, but I also do like all different types of dance. I do contact dance. I dance with partners. I meet women and I dance with them actively. Like that's a thing I do a lot, and that is power. Like that's life changing stuff when you learn to like embrace the beautiful intimacy and the like energetic exchange of dancing, especially with a woman, like in various different contexts. Life changing stuff. So I like that. I like that. You can hear it, can you? Oh, you can hear it? Can you actually hear it? I hope not, because that's I don't want to get copyrighted. I really don't want to get copyright strict. I don't know. I mean, if it, at worst case scenario, I just have to mute that part, or maybe like make the stream private, but yeah. Did you hear the melody? I tagged you in your community, bro. Did you get to hear the melody? I didn't see that tag. Nah. Yo, I got this hat from an Etsy creator. She goes by Shines Like Star, I believe. She's really dope. Yeah, she's like a really sweet, really dope woman that makes hats. Yeah, actually, strangely enough, I've had a few people ask about my hat, so I posted in my YouTube. I posted her Etsy link. Yeah. They're actually pretty reasonably priced too. Yeah, but that's crazy though. If you guys can answer, is it really like, could you hear? Actually, maybe I'll do this. I'm gonna listen back on my own YouTube stream. Let's see how much you guys heard. Maybe I'll see if I'll get copyrighted. Here I am. Okay. Okay, stuff's happening. Okay. Okay, so it's like sort of like subpercussion noticeable. That's cool though. That was really wild. It's like barely noticeable, but it's noticeable. Anyways, hello, sick hat. Yeah, nah, dog. It's Etsy. I posted the link on my YouTube channel. So if you're following this channel, look on posts and you can check her store. She basically designs any hat. Like she has a very open, I guess, approach where you can just like choose a hat design and do any color. I don't know if that's what she normally does, but that's what she did. Was she just like kind of just let me design whatever I wanted, and this is what I created. Can you show the iron ball illusion? You mean the glass, like this thing? It's a crystal. A crystal. It's a contact juggle ball. I've been doing this a lot lately. I feel like for whatever reason, it seems to like the algorithm favors this. I think people just click on it because they see some weird illusion. Wow. Yeah, I'm 31. Yeah, I'm 31. Appreciate you, Temple. How about yourself? Yeah. Yeah, I have very young genes. But yeah, I am 31. But up, boom. Man, I'm getting hungry. I've been basically fasting all day, except cacao. Let's see, and here we're almost on hour 3. Surprisingly, we're approaching hour 3 of this stream. Where does time go? I mean, that being said, time flies when you're waiting for an Ibanez guitar. This is facts. Time flies. Come on, UPS. Let's see. Any update? Okay. Out for delivery. Between 11:30 and 3:30. So, yeah, it's very possible the next hour and a half, I will be a proud owner of a new Ibanez guitar. Nice. Very nice. My tribe, we celebrate birthdays for a week. That's beautiful. Yeah. I feel like I've always had like an interesting relation with birthdays, especially as of late, turning 30 and 31. 30 has been an extraordinary year. Like I can't even express enough. I'm 31 and maybe 31 and a half technically, but man, ever since I turned 30, like ever since, it's almost like my life evolved and became such a powerful, like there were so many powerful shifts that occurred when I turned 30. And it's very strange because as a young kid, when people would ever ask me like, what do you think the best age is to be? Like, what do you think? Is it a kid? Is it a adult? Whatever. And I was like, I think 30. Like I always told them, I don't know why. Every time I would respond, I was like, I think being 30 years old, that seems like a very interesting age to be. I think I want to be like, that's the best age. And I don't know why, but somehow I was right. The moment I turned 30, maybe it was an unconscious belief manifesting. My life has been like full-fledged. Like I feel like I've been living my most abundant life since I turned 30. And strangely enough, throughout my late 20s, life was tumultuous. It was difficult. I was processing, integrating this and that. And yeah, these last year and a half, I've been like living my dream. Like I've had like the best, healthiest relationships, romantically, professional wise. I've been like creative wise. I've just been in a portal and I love it. And it's only getting more and more potent. Are you a Pisces? I am a Virgo who's cusped on the Leo. So Virgo, Leo, cusp. I think I don't follow astrology very deeply, but I think I'm a Pisces rising. I think I'm a Pisces rising. My moon is in no, Aquarius rising, Pisces moon, I don't know. Something I got all those. I'm somewhere there. I honestly don't even know, but I've been told I got interesting things going on astrologically. And it makes sense because I'm a very um, balanced, all over the map kind of dude. Ah, my short about Soundgarden tuning is about to hit 100K across platforms. Nice. Nice. That's pretty dope, man. Like, definitely, yeah. Comes to show. After 30, you live the karma of this life. I could see that. I could see that. That actually makes perfect sense. You know, we're in a state of like integrating, and it's like the full circle. Even like, you know, as I recall, around the time I turned 30, it was the what's it called? I forget what it's called. It's an astrological event. I don't know. I don't know. Venus something something Lions Gate portal maybe. Yeah, maybe it was, I think it was that, is the Lions Gate portal, where there was some sort of like a completion of a massive cycle that's been going on for a long time. That occurred, and within about 5 6 months, my life was permanently never the same, like in a very positive way. Yeah, you burn off. Yeah, burn off karma of your past life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel like for me, 18 was the most intriguing year of my life by far. Nice. I don't know. Definitely not for me. My most intriguing, like if I'm truly trying to summarize, definitely my life now is like in a peak. Like I can't even express in any raw metric of comparison. My life right now, 31, is like the best timeline, highest expression of my life, without a shadow of a doubt. Like I'm the most empowered, most abundant, most free, most passionate. But I loved being 15. Being 15 was, you know, it was on the brink of when I first discovered everything. Like 15 was a massive breakthrough for me. And I kind of reflect on this a lot where I'm like, man, when I meet people that are 15 years old, you know, like younger versions of myself, basically, I kind of look at it and I'm like, wow, wow, like, damn, 15, bro. Like, that's insane. Because 15 is a fucking insane age, bro. Like, at least as I remember my being 15, I was like in a portal where, like, that's when I basically broke through into some of the most powerful shifts of my life that set the foundation. So 15 was an exciting time, but as I am, I really revere this time right now. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Why, thank you. Yeah, thanks, dog. It's crazy rain. Like if you can see, unfortunately the lighting doesn't capture it. Maybe it's the nature of like the lighting on the phone. It's actually a rich, deep, it's like a dark garnet auburn red. Like if you saw it in real life, it's a really like really beautiful, very clear dark red. On this kind of dimension, it kind of looks like a brown. You can't actually see the deeper hues. Only in real life can you like see with the naked eye the deep rich reds. Like it's very bizarre, but that's how it is. But that's also part of the magic. It's like you can't actually see the deeper hues of this hat unless you're in person. Like unless you see me in the real world, you can't actually see it because the way the camera captures this and the lighting and whatever, it's not like the deepest, richest red. Yeah. I heard lots of people feel best at 20 or 30. I think it makes sense, right? You know, I think my logic as a kid was like, that's when you know yourself, that's when you know what you're doing with your life, that's when things are like coming to a head, ideally. But of course, that's not always the case. You know, some people, they're still going through a lot. You know, they have a very different place. Some people say it's because of money. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Yo, I'm not doing singing performances. I sing a lot, actually. I've been writing a lot of music vocally lately, but yeah, no, I probably do guitar, improv, and sound journeys. Yeah, maybe in the future I'll sing, but singing for me right now is a very sacred thing for me that I do off of streams. I don't desire to do it as like a performance type thing. I don't know, maybe that'll change. You know, maybe at some point I'll just belt out some of the stuff I've been really feeling, but again, it's weird. It really feels guitar on the deepest level. It's like an organic, you know, very intuitive expression that I've been cultivating for like 15, 16 years. Singing I've been doing for like 5, 6 years. I like love to sing. I do it a lot. I write a lot of stuff in vocals, but I don't feel it's like a chosen thing, or I don't like feel the desire to perform singing that is vocalizing, at least right now. Yeah. Appreciate the interest though. At 35, you're no longer to be as anxious and you feel settled in yourself. Nice. I already feel very settled in myself, but a lot of variables, you know, from that. Nice. Singing My Way, Frank Sinatra. Very nice. Yeah, like the one song I was singing a lot, and I could try to perform it, but I usually botch it. That's the thing, is the things I sing, they're not like happy-go-lucky. They're like, it's like Adam Gontier. I sing like intense stuff, you know? But that's what I love to sing, right? Yeah. It's like literally, I'm singing either 3 Days Grace or like Oasis. It's like happy or just like harrowing. But again, it's like I'd much prefer just to perform improv guitar, but yeah. We'll see though. I think in the future I'm gonna get good at doing vocal improv where I can just like bang out passionate vocal improv, and that's the way. We're always learning every day, and we get much more wise, and there's so much we have not learned. I'm releasing a new album soon. Nice. Hope you check it out. It's called Zafu Zuma. A song called Roar, and the album is Lofi Lion King Soul Hip Hop. Interesting. Yeah, sounds nice. Yeah, sounds nice. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I might botch this completely, but we'll see. This song's a tricky one to play chord-wise, but let's see. I never said I'd lie and wait forever. If I could, we'd be together now. And I can't always just forget her, but she can try. At the end of the world, oh, the last thing I see, you are never coming home, never coming home. Could I, should I? After all the things you never told me, after all the smiles that were haunted, never get this feeling that you'll never. Oh, all alone, and I remember now, at the top of my lungs, in my arms, she dies. At the end of the world, all the last thing I see, you are never coming home, never coming home, never coming home, never coming home. After all the things you never told me, after all the smiles and wanted, I'm never coming home, never coming home. Could I, should And then it kind of goes into a second verse where it becomes even more intense. Yeah. 3 Days Grace cover of My Chemical Romance. Powerful song. Yeah. Why, thank you. Yeah, that was, I've been feeling that song. Again, it's almost like a sad song. It's very like, whoa, it's very heavy. But yeah, that's my style. I play that. I actually wrote a song last night that was in a similar style. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Appreciate you, Rain. Appreciate you, brother. But typically, when I play music a lot, I have like a lot of Oasis stuck in my head. And the other song I'd like to play, but I would probably botch, is Queens of the Stone Age. I have a lot of Queens of the Stone Age. That's what I like to cover, but it's like tricky to play the guitar. It's tricky to play the guitar and the vocals. That's how it is. That's how it goes. I remember singing Frank Sinatra during karaoke when everyone was sort of in the state no one wants to sing and everything was kind of felt like it was kind of critical. Nice. Yeah, I've done a couple open mics where I sing original songs. And yeah, it takes serious balls. It takes serious balls to like go out there and do an open mic and sing original music. For me, when I did it when I was younger, it was like the most dreadful, scary thing in the world. But I did it because I was like, you know what? I gotta do this. I don't even give a fuck. I'm like, I gotta go out there and sing my heart out to a bunch of strangers in an open mic because this is just what I need to do. Haven't done it in a couple years, but I also busk. You know, I went busked and did random, like 3 days grace and but I oriented. See, the thing with me is, I feel like my highest calling often involves music that transcends boundaries. You know, music that's like primal and ancient and involves lots of beautiful guitar riffs and yeah, it's there's a lot that can be appreciated with expression in music, but sure, yeah. Nice. There you go, man. Much better playing guitar. I mean, thank you. I think I also probably have a lot of years of guitar playing under my belt. And singing, I think I'm very critical of my singing. It's almost like it's taken me so many years to get good at singing. But also, let's be honest, the nature of singing, like even for you, bro, you succeeded powerfully, that you just were vulnerable and put yourself out there. Singing, I think, you can be an amazing singer, you can sing about interesting stuff, and I think original songwriting music is just one of the most powerful forces of nature. But if you've just been vulnerable and put your expression out there, you've already won. Like you've already done this expression justice. You've already like really just it's a commendable thing. And yeah. I don't know. My key is like where I want to get so good at singing that I can improvise, really powerful singing performances alongside the guitar stuff. I'm getting close, I'm sure. But I also just love to perform, like guitar. I love to create like sound journeys, right? That are just powerful. I'm curious though, I don't even know how I sounded. Like I have an idea. I'm kind of curious how I sounded in that 3 Days Grace song. I think I botched a lot of I botched the chords. Like that's the thing is my weakness is always right now to synchronize vocals and guitar. Like that's the reason why half the time people like perform singing or do this. I'm like, yeah, I could, but I wouldn't like nail the rhythmic synchronization of the guitar in relation to the vocals. And that's an entirely separate skill set that I gotta really hone. Let's see. Let's hear how I sounded.
But I wouldn't like.
Yeah, there I go.
That was nice.
Yeah, very good pitch. Very good vocal control. I think I did. Absolutely. I think it's a sacred journey. Like I feel like it's interesting. Like right when I was new to streaming, people were like, "Yo, play a cover or sing a song or whatever." I would tell them honestly often the same thing. I was like, and it would often come down to this core realization that I'm a musician, right? I've been a musician for X amount of time, and what I'm doing is clearly working for me, right? My process, my creative process, right? It's somehow working. It's working for me. I'm more inspired, more motivated, more alive and passionate than ever, and I love every dimension of it, right? And I find it, if people try to be like, hey, you should be doing this, or oh, you should be doing that, or blah, 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 this, or they try to like, attach some sort of bias to be like, you should sing this or do that, or, they almost like think you should understand they understand your creative process better than you do. It's like the creative journey is a sacred journey. You should recognize that, there's certain sacred elements of the divine alignment or timing, if we will, of where your journey unravels to. So, if you're like, man, I'm just gonna rock out and shred on an electric guitar and play some dope stuff, that's a part of your sacred journey, right? And if you're just being like, you know what, I'm gonna put that down and sing my heart out, or put that down and play some acoustic, or put that down, play some piano, right? Your journey, your creative process is so unique to you. And in the simplest right, no given person has any clue or should have any clue of what your unique creative process is, especially if you're a musician that's, you know, thriving and applying yourself and just doing your thing. Like you're inspired and you're loving your process and your journey. No one should ever even begin to like question or try to challenge that process. You're just like, oh, I trust my creative process. If it's my time to focus vocal originals or focus covers or don't focus covers, that's your sacred journey, right? That's your creative process. And I think it's weird, maybe this isn't the conscious narrative, but some people, I think they forget that on some level. They're like, oh, wait, why am I not honoring this person's creative process by thinking they should do this song or be here or do that? And that's kind of speaks to their character of maybe where they don't understand what it even looks like to honor one's creative process. Because everyone has their own process, right? It's like if you're a person that desires to be a creative or a musician or whatever, if you've gone down that rabbit hole where you're like devoted to unraveling these threads of a creative process, you'll recognize that everyone's journey is unique and it's unique to the person themselves. I think you sing the subtle falsetto. I have lately, yeah. If you want, can jam live to my song Roar. I won't make copyright claims. I mean, I appreciate that. But I don't know. I don't know if I might get a copyright infringement anyways. I don't necessarily do that. I'll listen to your song at some point, brother, but I don't think that's not I don't think that's the nature of one I want to invite right now on this channel. It's just like going to other people's music and trying to like with all respect, yeah. I know always I want to sing. I wanted advice about my singing. I'll give any, maybe in the future, brother. Maybe in the future, honestly. Like, I'll check out your music and see if it flows, and it'd be beautiful to, like, do it justice. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not about you. Yeah, it's just, I feel like I've gotten random people, like, in excess. Like, random people that are, new on their journey or creating YouTube, and they'll nonstop, like, hey, bro, can you listen to my music or play it out or whatever? And maybe they'll be copyrighted, maybe they're not. But it's almost like I don't want to normalize the means of people self-promoting. It's just a principle. Yeah. Maybe they'll change in the future, once I've rooted myself as a YouTuber and I know the ins and outs. I know I've always wanted advice about my singing, and if I had to give any advice, non-critically, it would be to make your voice less breathy. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying, brother. Less breathy. I think the reason why, like, I'm sure I have vocal techniques I can hone, but you do realize to some degree, the vocal techniques I'm trying to do, like Adam Gontier's style of singing that song, it's very diaphragmatic. It basically is screaming. The entire song of it is screaming. I don't know how to scream to the degree Adam Gontier does. Plus, I don't have the same vocal palette as Adam Gontier. He's a lower register, so he can root his diaphragm and just belt his heart out. But anyways, what I'm saying is the breathy sound you hear is me trying to achieve tone. Like it's like trying to create pitch. Unsuccessfully, mind you, by just singing it and trying to make it loud, but not successfully achieving that diaphragmatic support. At least that's what I think you're referring to. Yeah. But yeah, I got lots I can improve. But I've spent years trying to like evolve my vocal technique, and sometimes it succeeds. Sometimes it's like it comes down to, I don't know, almost like patience, body awareness, almost like practice and time of like honoring the journey of learning to hone your voice. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. I'll be honest. There's a lot. Like to really sing like really well, especially the genres that I like to sing, like Adam Gontier particularly, takes a lot of vocal training. Like I really, and sometimes too, it comes down to the sound of voice. Tend to overthink songs though when I'm sitting in a room alone singing. It can be fairly nightmarish. I think that's pretty normal, Floyd. Yeah, it's like, I swear, dog, like, even, I wrote a bunch of music last night, right? I was like feeling like I was like, "Oh, I just want to pour my heart into this music," and it sounded good, but I'm almost like astonished that I'm like, wow, I'm playing music that I actually like. Like I'm making music that I actually like that's in vocals and etc. That is like I'm so critical on what I play. Like I'm just like when I'm writing music, I have such a like high standard for just the lyrics that I'm putting out, the vocal choices. Like I've written so much music in the last like couple weeks that I'm like, yeah, that's great. That was a good catharsis. That was decent. But then I just scrap it. Like I'll write it and be like, that was really good, but I think I can do better. And it's strange, but I know a lot of modern singers really hit high notes when they scream. I think yeah, I studied what's his name? There was a singer, a singer coach, a singing coach. What's his name? Chris Lipe? No, I don't know. It was a singing coach that basically explained how one can successfully achieve vocal fry belts, like achieving basically a diaphragmatically supported vocal fry belt. That is like you're hitting a high note and you're learning to like um almost deconstruct it by singing on the very fine line of it. But I'm in British Columbia, brother. Yeah, Canada, Canada. Like almost like if you sing, right, you go like ah, but you go like like you're trying to like use the vocal fry alongside the tone, the pure tone, and you're trying to lift that pure tone and almost like break it open, so to speak, or maybe like um, what's the word you used? Yeah, I guess break it open, where you're like you're making like a rooted sound that is pure pitch, but then you're purposely um trying to like manipulate that pitch, where you make it sound like you're belting, like you're screaming, and it's not easy, but I am. Valid. We're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. I might just stream tentatively because I'm just farming for watch hours. I might just stream it up until my guitar arrives. Then once my guitar arrives, yeah, it's still. So my guitar is apparently going to be here in the next hour and 15 minutes. I don't even know. Ibanez guitar. I need it. Then I'll probably take a breather and try to see if I can play an electric guitar after it's been 3 months. I know an indie band from Canada called Men I Trust from Quebec. They have good music. Interesting. Interesting. I've never heard of that. No, I've never heard of that. Men I Trust. I should probably eat something though. I literally have not eaten yet. Interesting. Men I Trust. Never miss some lives with that. Men I Trust. So Canadian indie band from Quebec. Very gorgeous lead singer. Very cool. You gotta love that. You gotta love blondes. Yeah. Fair enough, man. Thank you for chiming in, dog. Appreciate your perspective. Appreciate you, Temple Lion. It's truly an honor. Thank you, brother. We'll be back. Yeah, I mean, we'll cross paths. We'll cross paths soon, I'm sure, bro. 51% service to others. 41 service to self. That sounds about right. I'll be honest. I mean, I think I navigate those waters intuitively where I'm honoring myself but I think I've been very external lately, where I've been like really reaching out to be of service to others. But also, maybe it's a fine line. It's a balancing act with my YouTube where I am successfully integrating that balance of honoring myself but also honoring the other and trying to be of service to open my perspective and share, but also letting it return to the service of self. And that's a beautiful thought, bro. Yes. The best notes I can hit are on A5 and G2 on good days. A5 and G2. Interesting. A5. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a tenor. I'm a tenor. So whatever that is. I have basically the same realm as Jared Leto. I have Jared Leto's range. Basically, I think so. Maybe I even have a higher. I don't know. He's still explaining. Who's explaining what? What? Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Temple Lions. I wish you the same, Dot. Happy you're part of this community, my man. The singer of the band is a very relaxing voice, and the other members also have a very authentic sound. That's cool, man. I'll definitely give her a go, or them. Oh, damn. I knew it was gonna happen. My ting saw. The string broke. I gotta find some kind of like string for this that is stronger. Like some kind of rope. Yeah, I just gotta invest in some kind of rope that's better for this. Yeah. I'll find it. So we're at 319. Probably, I don't know. I don't even know, man. UPS has just been so unpredictable. So apparently my guitar will be here in an hour and 10 minutes. Yeah. Will you play something when your guitar arrives? Probably. I think, I mean, again, that's an hour and 10 minutes. So what might happen is in the next half hour, I'll probably end the stream, and then I'll just do my own thing. And then when my guitar arrives, I think I'll just pop on a live stream and record the process of like, yeah, just figuring out this guitar. Because it's just exciting, bro. Like, it's exciting for me. I'm just going to have fun feeling into it. It may be a challenge. Who knows? Like, I mean, I kind of doubt it. But, you know, there's going to be some learning curves, I think, on this new guitar. But that being said, I've also, you know, I've been a guitarist for a long ass time. So I'm sure those learning curves will disappear pretty fast. And I'll find some cool, fun things. There's also the weird, maybe slight possibility that UPS could dick around again, but I doubt it. Like, they gave me a very clear time and they changed the window to now, so yeah, hopefully UPS doesn't stretch this delivery window even further. Highest notes I can sing when I'm able to triple octave range. The highest notes I can sing, though, I'm able to do triple octave range. Interesting. Don't know what that means, but I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Lucky tenor means you can probably sing more rock songs or modern music. I think so, yeah. That's what I discovered as a young musician. I was like playing, you know, lots of like 30 Seconds to Mars and like Panic at the Disco and Closure in Moscow. Like songs that have lows but also lots of highs. And yeah, I mean, obviously, you can sort of hear in my voice, like my speaking voice, I can achieve very low sounds. Like my voice is like a mid-range, but my natural voice is pretty low, especially if I'm like full testosterone. But I can also, you know, my child voice is obviously very high. Like I have a high voice. 1 second. Let's check how this thing's going. It's funny though. I literally am like on a fast somehow. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I just like woke up, drank some cacao, and just didn't eat. Now we're like pushing 2:30, so it's just like I'm rocking a fast. Yeah. Some reason as soon as I see on camera, I forget how. It's weird. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Oh damn, my phone needs to be charged. Who knew? I should charge my phone. But yeah, no, like that's interesting because like yeah, that's normal, bro. That's actually pretty normal. That's actually normal in every right of everything, right? People aren't naturally able to like become self-aware when there's a camera. Like I had to spend like I remember vividly like probably about 8-9 years ago when I started to like desire to become a YouTuber. I realized that I was very camera shy. I was very self-conscious. I just didn't know how to fluently experience. Did I bring this block? Did I forget it? I think I brought it. I basically realized, yeah, I wasn't very good at becoming self-aware on cue. It was like I just didn't have that ability. And it applies to literally everything, right? It's not just about playing guitar. It's about speaking on camera, maybe acting on camera, maybe dancing, performing, which are all things I do. But, yeah. But eventually, that's part of the fun, I suppose, is like eventually you overcome that. Like eventually you, it's day by day. Like that's the thing, it's day by day. Some days you could play guitar and you're not warmed up and you're not feeling like, confident maybe or whatever, and you just don't play like magically. But sometimes you just really root yourself in your playing and you have zero reservations relating to people watching. And obviously the same applies to being in the real world. And for me too, I think what's the word? The nail in the coffin, or maybe just the pivotal point was I developed this YouTube channel from basically creating a busking act. Like a year ago and about 2 months, I started busking. I created a busking act. I was like, all right, I want to go around the lower mainland in my city and busk. And yeah, busking is 1,000 times harder than this. This is like a walk in the park compared to actual busking. But it's similar, it's like I'm on front of a camera playing to strangers, etc., etc. But yeah, I think some of it comes down to skill. Like let's be real here is even if you're nervous or self-conscious or even just, you're aware you're on a camera, if you have a certain level of skill like ingrained, you will be able to perform at a level. Like even if you're like, oh, there's people staring at me and you can't focus very well, which is not a great thing or not helpful, but you're going to want to, if you have a certain skill level, like you could play blind, you could have your eyes closed and you could hit certain dimensions of your guitar performance or your guitar improv, then that's really helpful. So almost like, it's almost like that may be an invitation to just like not even like you don't even have to get better or have a better skill, but have like a level of development present where you're always trying to do new things. You're trying to like do things that are fresh and you're keeping things fresh for yourself, keeping yourself engaged. So you're just in a flow. You don't even think about it. Yeah. I need a lighter. I keep wanting to check the UPS thing. It's like, is my guitar here yet? Is it An hour. Apparently, in an hour tops, this is when my guitar will arrive. That's pretty crazy. So we're at 3 hours and 28 minutes. Yeah. Pretty nuts, though, I must say. Like, the caveat, too, to some degree, is, man, like, if you desire to be a streamer and you know, do stream, you're like, okay, let's, like, play a guitar stream, and you're just sitting there performing all day, you're gonna get better. You're gonna get better at guitar. What's the longest you've ever waited for delivery? The longest you've ever waited? I don't even know, bro. Probably 6, 7 months. That's like stuff that's like from China that's been like delayed. This guitar has only been like it's been like 6, 7, 8 days or 8 days maybe. This is a quick. It's coming fast. Yeah, like that's advice I remember someone offered on a Reddit channel. I've been like, yo, one of the best ways to get better, or it was a Facebook group. The best way to get apparently good, or one of the best ways of getting good at guitar, or getting good at performing guitar, is just making a YouTube channel and streaming, or just going and streaming. And even if no one's watching, you're basically just performing nonstop for an audience. And I thought that was interesting, because I was like, okay, neat. And I was like, already a YouTuber, already a streamer, but I was like, that's makes sense. Like, you know, if you're a person that's not even designed to be a YouTuber and just like, I want to get better at guitar, you can just use the YouTube or whatever stream function and then just perform your brains out and just record what you're doing, even for your own reference. You know, you get better when you're just doing. But I definitely get better from all the practice, and if I'm doing like 4-hour streams. Nuts. China. Yeah. Do I believe in God? No. Are you into exorcism? Also, no. No. I mean, I believe in source. If we're using the defined contextual word of God, then yeah, that's an absolute no. But I believe, yes, in source. I believe in something deeper, a spiritual context. So in a sense, like if we want to call that God, then sure. Then yes, of course. But a lot of people, like Christians, like to load the word God and attach it to some weird definition that I actually don't think represents the genuine understanding of what God is. But that's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. I love getting lists, a list and scales and chords, but I'd love to get over that anxiety. Interesting. Yeah. Honestly, bro, anytime, you know, this is a music channel. I like to promote free thinking. I like to promote expression. There's many things I love to promote on this channel, but religion and politics is an immediate, it's immediate no. Not like respectfully. It's like, it's a thing that I invite people to engage in other channels. Like, you know, if people are preaching religious scripts or texture or whatever the word is, yeah, religious, yeah, things. It's like there's time and places for that. A musician live stream is not that. And it's the same for politics, respectfully. It's like people can sort of sort those things and believe what they desire, I feel like the caveat I give to people that, feel if you want to practice any religion, right? And it actually uh, inspires you to be a better person, right? It inspires you to be an integral, compassionate, open-hearted, open-minded person, then I commend you. I commend you. I think that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. But if it's doing that at all, if it's doing the opposite, like if it's not genuinely letting you just be a decent human being, right? At any given point, then you need to critically assess, you need to critically analyze and question what this is. You need to actually, realize that you can actually step outside of this model of belief. So I promote people being a good human being. I advocate that, And obviously I think that is a thing you can achieve that doesn't necessarily equate to religion, right? I think you've misread my comments. Yeah? I wasn't addressing your comment, yeah. Your comment to esotericism, I don't really have any, I don't practice esotericism, or am I into it? Yeah. I think in a simplest right, if that's what you're speaking to, yeah, esotericism. From what I understand of what you're defining, will define as esotericism. But yeah, I'm curious, what's your definition, I guess I should ask, of what is esotericism? This is a violin bow. Yeah. Picasso bow. To let some blood flow. Let's wear the hat like this or something. I don't know if that flows. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't interpret exorcism, esotericism, such as tarot, astrology, fortune telling. Ah, yes. Yeah, no, I did interpret your context exactly as that. And I appreciate your elaboration, though. Yeah. So esotericism is just tarot, astrology, fortune telling, hermeticism. Yeah. No, exactly. That's I like those things. I appreciate them. I appreciate that when other people openly exercise those things. Like I have friends, I've had previous partners that are very intuitively connected, that seem to resonate with those realms. On a personal level, like if I'm being extremely honest and forthcoming, I'm not the kind of guy that's ever been deeply connected to astrology or tarot reading, or I think it's interesting. I think it's very fascinating, and I appreciate when people have gone deep in that practice. I think there's truth in it. But again, I'm the kind of guy that my domain of spiritual connection or sacred context or whatever is often summoned from a very intuitive place. I've been the same way, for many years. I never was desiring to go on some sort of spiritual quest. I was never being seeking to become spiritual. That was never really my thing, right? I just noticed myself, go deeper in certain expressions of the self, philosophical quests, maybe deeper quests of understanding the mind and the heart and the soul, and becoming just basically a musician and a performance artist. I actually just noticed in time, weirdly enough, I just naturally began to unpackage, things like metaphysical dimensions or metaphysical anomalies. It's almost like I didn't ever seek to enter those things or believe these things as a thing, but it just naturally happened. It was literally, that's the simplest way I can put it. Is I never desired to unpackage metaphysical dimensions or anomalies. It's a thing that I actually just began to see and feel and understand the more I just started living in my highest truth as a musician, as a artist, as a dancer. It's almost like, I unconsciously started to learn and integrate things like, say, energy dynamics and, understanding metaphysical philosophies and maybe creating sound journeys and understanding frequencies and resonance patterns. These are things I just felt. These are not things I tried to like pretend to understand or, try to unconsciously pull those threads or consciously pull those threads. It's just a thing that I just fell into where I was like, now it all makes sense. It's like alignment. Not saying that other people who follow those things or, do desire to like really consciously pull those threads fit in that category. But I think a lot of people, yoga also counts as IIRC. Interesting. Maybe a spiritual strive for inner and hidden knowledge. That's not mainstream. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, again, I think if I'm being super transparent and honest, I love that shit. I love all that. Like, I love esotericism. I don't think I would be a guy that's like, I don't practice those things. I don't have channels or guides, at least not on a conscious level. I don't practice astrology. I don't practice tarotism. I never, like, I don't, yeah, these aren't things it's not that I'm against it. I know myself. I understand myself. I understand what resonates with me and what my path is as a musician, healer, performance artist, etc. And for those things, they never they never resonated. Like, it was never like, this is my path. But I meet people and I keep an open heart. I love moving energy. I love healing with energy. I dance all the time. And yeah, it's interesting. I think there's an interesting bridging of worlds where those things open a door of perspective. But if I'm also being blatantly honest, and this is unfortunately, just how humans operate sometimes, I'm sure there are some people who try to almost like do that. It's like spiritual ego in some sense. Not saying that you are, or maybe even your dimensions of that, but some people, I think, they're trying to enter those realms. They'll take up a practice of studying astrology or esotericism, I guess, or maybe tarot, and they don't actually genuinely align with those things. Maybe they, in time they will. Maybe that's part of their path is they learn to integrate it in an authentic way. But I don't know. I think some people might just be, they might be a little bit unfamiliar with how to like organically summon these things. And again, another part of it is there are people, maybe like psychedelic or not psychedelic, psychic mediums, maybe visionaries, like people that, enter astral realms that have a heightened awareness of metaphysical things that are authentically experienced. I know this exists for a fact. I have many friends that are in that definition. And that's just not who I'm not a person that I don't fluently enter the astral realms, and I don't have like guides or messengers from beyond. Like, I've had very powerful spiritual experiences, truthfully, and I feel like I'm very blessed to connect with certain things. But yeah, I'm just not a person connect and connected. There we go. But yeah, for whatever reason, that's just not my path. By metaphysical dimensions, you mean connecting with energetic waves and frequencies casted by and upon each soul. Yeah, exactly that. That and like observing and introducing awareness to things like the quantum, the things beyond the known mind, and yeah, like learning to feel into the non-material. And yeah, like as a musician, I'm a sound healer and I create various relationships with resonance patterns. And I'm also a tutter, a dancer, do popping, locking, animation, liquid, all that, right? I also do qigong, like lots of qigong and tai chi. It's like unconsciously, like I don't even consciously think about it. I move energy and have been for like 16 years. And yeah, I understand it to some degree. I don't try to intellectualize it, but it's a thing that I feel like I love to do. Yeah. Is random really possible to achieve? Is random really possible to achieve in reality? What you mean by random? Well, in truth, what you might be referring to, and yes, it is. Of course, it's something we can achieve, because everything in the universe is chaos, right? Everything is in a chaos, like chaotic, infinitely changing and evolving, adapting formlessness. That is what everything is. And yes, if we acknowledge that, as again, I like to talk about this openly, is basically understanding quantum theory. Like quantum theory, as is, these are known metaphysical and also scientific concepts that most of the universe that we are, built of, that is quantum particles, is empty space. It's unknown. It's not written. It's beyond the known. So yeah, if we're knowing what is beyond the known is 99.99% repeated, that is what the larger construct is. It's the unknown. It's in the unknown. We could call it randomness. We could call it chaos. We could, whatever we try to identify it. But the large construct of how things operate is in the unknown, right? It's, so yeah. If that makes sense. How old am I? I'm 31, yeah. How about yourself? I feel like I need to stretch. I mean, if you think about it, it's a good question. Yeah? Nice. Amazing. Yeah. Welcome to this channel. Now, welcome, pseudo-liberal. So I think we're going to end the stream in 15 minutes. Just like yesterday. At the 4-hour mark. I don't think... What I'm probably going to do is I'll take my time, wait for my guitar to arrive, and then when I get my new Ibanez, yeah, it should be in the next 45 minutes. I'll play around with that. No, I'm vegetarian, yeah. Yeah, I've been vegetarian for 11, coming up 12 years. May I ask why you're vegetarian? Absolutely, man. I'm assuming it's a man. Nenzel. Yeah, bruv, I became vegetarian 12 years ago as an experiment. Basically, I was training martial arts full time, and I was making major health choices or major health changes in my life, and I basically did it as an experiment. Now, I was like telling myself, and I remember as the experience went, I had a friend of mine who at some point she kind of just suggests the idea. She's like, hey, like, most people don't need actually this much meat. Like most people only need something like 30 ounces of meat per week or something. And I remember thinking to myself, like, and a lot of people, we eat like processed, unhealthy, really like shitty, low quality meat. And I thought to myself, like, maybe if I cut down eating meat, I wonder how that would play out. And I'm a student of health science, right? I've actually studied it, and I almost became a dietitian. And yeah, long story short, I saw it as a challenge. I was training martial arts actively. I felt like it'd be an interesting way to, see if I could hone my mind and my body. And yeah, basically in time, I successfully integrated it. I feel like to be vegetarian, like I think about this in many different rights, beyond just being a vegetarian versus being a meat eater. To do it successfully, you have to have an acute awareness of how to study health science. Like if you actually want to be a vegetarian or a vegan, or even just you're a meat eater, right? If you want to eat a healthy diet, it's important to be very discerning and be able to differentiate, the way you experience food, how it impacts you, understand how to study deficiencies and sufficiencies. Like there's a lot to it. Basically what I'm saying is it's like, you should understand how to approach your diet like a puzzle, like a science, basically, health science. If you can do that, you will succeed as a vegetarian. If you can't do that, you will fail as a vegetarian, right? And it doesn't even matter, vegetarian or not. You eat meat, many people who eat meat are profoundly unhealthy. They don't even understand why or how. They have no knowledge of their amino acids or diets or their minerals, or they're so removed from the complex puzzle that is your diet. And for me, I was doing this for many years. Like I was a martial artist as I was training Muay Thai and Jiu Jitsu 3, 4 days a week for multiple hours at a time. I was doing so many different things to honor my diet and my training protocol. So for me, this made sense. I was like, you know what? I'm equipped to take on this challenge that is becoming a vegetarian. And yeah, I don't know, 11 years down the road or whatever, I'm still doing it, still thriving. I'm still an athlete. I still am a high performing athlete and musician and this, that, the other, and a vegetarian. So yeah, if anything, I almost see it as like an interesting lens into a person that, you know, is able to thrive as a vegetarian. Many people, they create weird beliefs. I don't judge people that desire to eat meat. Like, I really don't. On a deep level, I think it's okay if people choose to eat meat. I think if I understand a lot of people's ethical and economical arguments on why people should not eat meat, I agree. But I'm not going to sit here and shame or judge people and be like, you should be vegetarian or vegan, blah, blah, blah. I think in many rights it's okay if people eat meat, especially to some degree, especially if you can't receive iron. I'm a strong believer that people should not be shamed or judged for their diet. But yeah, I don't know. For me, I'm a perfect example of someone that's broken open that model. You know, I've successfully integrated a healthy vegetarian diet, and who knows, maybe many people just can't do that. You know, they just don't know how to, they don't have the awareness, they don't study their mind and their body. And the strange thing is, you know, again, I was doing this for many years before I became a vegetarian, but being a vegetarian invited me to study my relationship between my body, my physiological body, and my mind even further. So, if you choose to be a vegetarian or not, you know, that's your prerogative. But most people do not go out of their way to actually actively study their physiological body and their mind, you know, and how they interact, right? They just don't. And as a guy that became a vegetarian and went under a complex, very extensive process of learning to study the body, the mind, the thyroid, different amino acids, hormone systems. I went deep, man. And I love this stuff. I actually love learning about all these things. I almost would say that many people would probably powerfully benefit from even trying to become a vegetarian. So you can actually learn about your body and your mind and how they function, you know? Anyways, yeah, that was just a thing. I think your performance athlete is better as a vegetarian. I think it's about the same. That's the thing, is like, you know, if I were to be honest, maybe to some degree my cardio is better. Like when I train cardio, my heart health, and that is my cardiovascular health, is better than the average person. But again, that's a weird subjective thing. You could find people that are just as self-aware and just as able to apply, you know, variables to their diet, and they're basically, you know, applying a scientific method to their diet, who eat meat, who are functioning just as well as I would without meat. It's like, it almost doesn't even matter. I mean, it matters to some degree, but what I'm simply saying is, when we're talking about athletic pursuits, sure, you could maybe say that on a subjective level, my cardiovascular health is slightly better. You could even say to some degree, my cognitive function is slightly better. Who knows? It maybe be about the same. If I were to eat meat, maybe it would be slightly better, slightly worse. Super subjective. But the one thing is for sure, this is the key thing that I think is very valid if you choose to be a vegetarian. Think about this, right? This is a strong argument. If you're a person that is required to consciously dial in specific vital nutrients, so, you know, B vitamins, say, for instance, you need B vitamins, you need magnesium, zinc, you need precursors to tyrosine, precursors to things like 5-HTP, or just taking, you know, serotonergic sort of compounds. It's like there's so much that goes into a balanced diet that most meat eaters probably don't even begin to consider this very actively. Maybe they do, maybe they just hit all the marks, I don't know. But what I'm simply saying is, a person, say you're a vegetarian, you know, for myself, for example, And if you are consciously dialing in, you're like, okay, I've ensured that I'm getting adequate B vitamins. I'm ensuring I'm getting adequate amino acids that translate into, a greater functionality, right? This person who's now going out of their way to ensure that they are having optimal sufficiencies of vitamins, they are going to function without a shadow of a doubt better than the person who's not done so. So, vegetarian or not, if you're a person that's never studied your sufficiencies, your deficiencies, you don't even know on the slightest level where your diet is and your relation to diet, you are going to function worse athletically, cognitively, like without a shadow of a doubt. This is invariable. So, yeah, a lot of cool stuff. Many questions on my mind you might not be able to answer. Maybe. Probably not, though. Who knows? What do you say when people come in for the first time and ask you to play a song or sing? I mean, I typically tell them I don't really sing. I play guitar. I improvise sound journeys. And yeah, I'm not a cover artist. And if I were to play covers more than not, I might get copyrighted. Hell, this stream might get copyrighted for a number of reasons, right? I don't even know. Yo, thank you. Thank you, Nenzel. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. I mean, again, I'm on hour 4, hour 4 of the stream, so my brain is like, it's I'm also haven't eaten all day. I'm fasting. You're experiencing a guy who's on hour 4 of streaming who's fasting, and it's working. It's working really well for me, but I don't recommend. Thank you, brother. Though blessings from Canada to the UK. There's so much that goes on the digestive system. Absolutely. I feel a lot of people simplify it with it highly complex. It comes to breaking down items. Yes. We learned about that in some of our classes. Yeah, this may or may not be what you're speaking to, but probably one thing that I find astonishing is that most people have such a massive misunderstanding or just are not educated about how important gut health is. How important gut health is. The microbiome, the bacteria inside of your gut. So on the simplest level, someone's like, okay, maybe we know of probiotics, prebiotics, which are like, similar bacteria that you take that helps increase your gut health. That is already, like, that's a massive thing that if a person integrates probiotics, you're probably in a much better place than many people for many reasons. But there are many different elements of gut health that are so important to understand. And actually, the core thing, I remember when I was studying like B vitamins and vegetarian diets and meat diets, and the weird thing about a meat diet, and this is actually reinforcing the argument I just expressed, is one of the core ways that people are deficient is not necessarily that they're not consuming enough nutrients. No, it's the fact that their gut and their, other elements of their gut that relate to the gut are not actually successfully absorbing the nutrients that they have. So you could be a meat eater. You're like, oh yeah, I'm a meat eater. I'm eating X amount of food. I'm shoveling down all this food, right? Absorbing all these nutrients. You think. There's so many different reasons that you could actually be not absorbing properly nutrients. There's things like leaky gut syndrome. There's things like, just not having proper gut bacteria or hydrochloric acid in your gut. Like there's so many things that can go wrong where you could be like, oh yeah, I'm not deficient. There's no way. I eat so much food and meat. Meanwhile, you could be suffering from like a serious or constant chronic deficiency of various vitamins. But you're like, oh no, I'm good. I eat tons of food. There's no way I'm deficient. And that's a weird parallel that I remember coming across because as a young, like 15-year-old, I was almost positive that that was the exact category I was in, right? I ate meat, I ate lots of food. Meanwhile, I often almost always had like B vitamin deficiencies. I didn't really understand what was going on with my body. Now that changed very quickly once I began to study these things, but so that's a part of it. You could be consuming food and think you're consuming all the vitamins you need, and your body, for whatever reason, could be not successfully absorbing or processing these vitamins. So that's huge. But the secondary piece of it is a lot of people don't really understand on the simplest level relating to our diets, like healthy diet, unhealthy diet, our gut, that is the bacteria in our gut, is literally formulating, our microbiome based on what we eat, based on our diet. So if you're eating profoundly unhealthy food, full of processed foods, sugars, whatever it is, right? Your gut is going to calibrate itself based off of that. Just like if you choose to eat an extremely healthy diet, full of full foods, balanced foods, XYZ, your gut bacteria is going to adjust to that. But you realize that it takes something like, I think it's like 7, 8, 9, 10 months for your entire body to recalibrate and circulate that. It takes a long time, very simply, for your gut bacteria to adjust to new dietary, protocols. So some people, if you tell them, they're like, oh yeah, I'm trying to eat healthy, I'm trying to cut out sugar, I'm trying to cut out processed foods, I'm trying to mediate unhealthy, meats or whatever, but they don't even realize how long it actually takes for your gut to permanently change. Then they're just setting themselves up for failure. And basically what I'm saying is I've been a dude that's eaten like profoundly healthy diet for probably about 10, 11 years. Like that's the thing is I eat very consistent. I eat like almost, I even say this to my partner and, she kind of makes jokes about it. Is I eat like insanely healthy. Like I don't have a normal relationship with food in a good way where I eat like tons of like really healthy food. I don't even think twice. I have zero temptations to eat processed sugar or whatever, cheese or this and that. I have zero relationship with those. Why? Because I've cycled these things out of my diet, out of my neurochemical association, out of my gut bacteria. I haven't eaten unhealthy food for a long time. And even if I choose, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have a piece of pizza, once a year or something. I can justify doing that because the mass majority of what my diet consists of is really balanced, is really healthy, is very full of, vital nutrients. Anyway, interesting talk. Let's see how close this guitar is. I think we'll probably put a close to this pretty soon, and I'll come back when I get my guitar, when I have my guitar set up, because this could be like a solid hour or something. But anyways, my whole, I recall I went over and believed pancreatitis, which is correlated to pancreas inflammation. Yeah, issues that can happen in your livers. Yeah, dog. Well, this is the thing is like, I'm an advocate of health, like as a whole, the capital, like domain of health, right? Oh yeah, bro. Thank you, Nizel. Sugar is crazy, bro. Sugar is crazy. Like, I mean, again, I'm a kind of dude that I cut out sugar, this and that, like many, many, many years ago. Like, I don't even entertain fast food. I don't entertain processed oils and just fats. I don't, I eat healthy fats. Yeah, sugar is just not if I want to eat sugar, I'll get it from fruit, from healthy fruit and, yeah, maybe monk sugar if that, but like, or monk fruit. But rarely. It's like, I'm just not addicted to sugar anymore. It's like, and this is a weird thing. This is a very strange thing is, I can eat like a strawberry or like dates or, a mango. I'll eat that and I'll get just as much like immense satisfaction, immense just joy and pleasure from eating a mango than more than someone would get from who's like eating, a bunch of like candy or licorice. Like it's almost like my flavor palette has been um it's hasn't been desensitized. My flavor palette, I experience flavor on such a rich level. When you eat sugar nonstop, when you're, filling your palate with like, like ice cream and candy and whatever, whatever you choose to eat, you're destroying your ability to experience flavor and sugar. I mean, again, I don't know these things down to a science, but this is what I've noticed. It's like I can appreciate like a freaking fresh mango or a bunch of blueberries with such a rich palate that if I were to even like I don't desire to eat like processed sugar or this or that. It's not even on my radar. Anyways, not to flex or whatever, but I think my whole point is what you eat matters. And it's not just about like kind of reflecting to what Floyd or Hunter's saying is like there are long-term consequences. Like there is long-term consequences of eating these kind of diets of dishonoring your health, of this, that, the other. This is like, common knowledge. It's and the opposite side, there's long-term life-changing benefits from actually learning to understand these things and integrate these things. It's like I, it kind of sounds again like I'm flexing, but I can confidently say that I'm going to be very healthy ripe until my 50s, 60s, 70s. Like I'm going to be a dude that's training, strength training and playing guitar and living a very rich and abundant life. Like I mean, I don't know, who knows? Who knows what the universe has in store? Maybe I'll pass away early, who knows? But the reality is like my diet and my genetic ingraining, like everything that I've set in my health, I've been thinking about the next 30, 40 years for like 17 years now. Like I've literally been setting myself up for success health wise. And there's obviously good reason for that. Anyways, but all I'm saying is good things to think about. Like good things to really like sit there and think about. If you're looking at your life and you're like, am I really going like am I really honoring my health? Like am I really, taking these extra steps and learning to like educate myself and honor your diet and health? And that's a thing that's just so powerful. Again, I agree. I'm the same. That's phenomenal, dog. I appreciate that. Like, I commend you, dog. It's hard to quit sugar. It was hard for me too, but I went back. I promise I lost weight. Yeah, yeah. Well, hey, all I can say is, I studied to be a trainer. For a number of years, I've kind of been my own trainer. I want to be a movement coach one day. So I'm like, often I'm in the mentality of not just like, I honored health as a whole, but I think it's important to always honor other people's health as well. To like let people realize that you can make massive shifts in your life and it's all here. It's all up here, right? Whether you choose to be like, what, I'm making incremental shifts, I'm cutting out sugar, I'm making some good choices, taking some steps forward in the right direction. That alone is enough. Like, you don't need to be like a health nut, or you don't have to be on the extreme side of living your healthiest life. You can be. I think you should be. And honestly, I love it. But again, as a guy that tries to like look at these things from almost like a personal trainer, coach kind of perspective, people should always honor exactly where they're at. Whether we're talking about weight training, strength training, dietary changes, it's so important for people to just celebrate exactly where they're at. Like celebrate their wins, celebrate the process of becoming. And it's the same thing with music, but again, when we're talking about like health, training protocols, dietary protocols, it's just beautiful. It is so magical to be like, what? I see someone who's maybe they're obese or maybe they're really unhealthy or chronically this, and then they're still trying to make these massive changes in their life. I commend that. I like honor that. I'm like, damn, that is beautiful. Like, they're on the path. Lots of blood in the area around your kidneys and adrenal glands. I use honey instead of like a honey and lemon for lemonade. Nice. Honey is great. Honey is really good. Man, this light. I like this light. I look very gold. But man, so jarring. So penetrating on the eyes. Yeah. Again, these are things we could like infinitely talk about. Like it's almost like that's part of why I'm such a major advocate of like health science, right? Is I really love this stuff. Like I think about this stuff like the way I looked at it when I was a kid, a teenager or whatever, training martial arts and this and that, is I'm surprised. I don't understand why people aren't like excitingly, almost like they're on like if their house is on fire, they weren't like excitingly jumping at like running towards these types of truths, learning about their mind, their health, their body. It's almost like it's astonishing to me that people aren't like excitingly and passionately just like running at this stuff. Like, it's like these are life-changing things. These things are really exciting and powerful. This is life-changing knowledge. Like to be like amino acids that are translating into dopamine that is, setting the foundation to do this, that, the other to your body. Like there's just so much incredible knowledge and information out there for those of you that desire to look in the domain of health science. And as a kid, it was like, for me, this was like, this made so much sense. You know, I wouldn't even think twice about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna spend hours a day learning about the body and the mind and applying this stuff, because like, why wouldn't I? It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Man, all right. Well, I think we're gonna hit this point. We're gonna conclude this stream. We're at 4 hours and 10 minutes. What is time even, bro? Like, what the hell even is time? Time is the thing that tells me when my guitar is gonna be here. That's all I know. Oh, it's delivered. It's delivered. What the? All right. Well, this is the moment. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yeah. Look like a young Bon Jovi. Nice. Yeah, bro. This is my Ibanez guitar right here. Yeah. Welcome to this live stream. I was about to end the live stream, but yeah, here we go. This is a guitar. This is a giant ass box. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I've been told I look like Bon Jovi. Got Axl Rose. Get Heath Ledger. All high praise, because yeah, who doesn't love that? Very well packaged. Handle with care, of course. Of course I do. Yeah, the guys that I bought this off Reverb Nation, mint condition, from a guitar store in the northern Canada. Oh yeah. What's good, friends? We got an Ibanez. Let's see. Hope it's not disappointing. Hope it didn't lie on the condition. Oh, that's the guitar. Okay. This they did a great job, it looks like. Stuffing this baby. Oh yeah. Wow. Okay, we'll have to do this kind of maneuver. Oh. Sound effects. Get rid of that. Oh yeah. They did a stellar job, I think. Wow. 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 Okay. Damn, that's tight. I didn't come with a case, but that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Can't leave now. No, I can't. I was literally like minutes away from leaving. So this is an Ibanez. This is an Ibanez box. It's been used, but it's apparently mint condition, so yeah, it's they really went. Whew. Okay, man, let's zoom this out. Hell yeah! Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, they did such a masterful job. Wow, of boxing it. Yeah, well, I guess it's just a box. It's just a box. I'll just. A box is a box. Wow. Wow, they really, wow. Hats off to the homie. That I'll do this. I'll do this in a better way. Let's do this in the best official. Yeah, let's get all the little tape sections. Wow. I think I need more. I need 2 hands. Free. Oh, and they gave me fresh strings. Nice. Top notch. Top notch. Okay, maybe just rip this open. Looks like they perfectly sealed it. Wow. Homie, really? Like, what? This is like, wow. You just really did it. Okay. Okay. This is my new Ibanez. Well, it's not new technically, but it is in mint condition. That is confirmed. Wow. Okay. Floyd Rose Bridge. Ibanez. He did some very... This guy's a pro. Like, the buddy that packaged it is 1,000... I mean, it's from an actual guitar store. Wow. What? I've never seen someone package this something like this. Like, wow. They really, like, wow. I have a feeling this is what? Okay, let's, okay. Wow, okay. Let's, yeah. Hate to do that, but oh well. What? Even the bridges? What? This is almost like someone just bought this. It was like new. I almost wonder if they just bought it new because it looks, I don't know, maybe it's every part of it, even as the plastic wrap on it. Yeah, it comes with Floyd Rose Bridge. Yeah, dog. Wow. Unboxing a bit weird, eh, bruv? You show me your unboxing technique next. What? It's not even plugged in and it's like echoing. I didn't know that was a thing. Damn. Alright, my whammy bar is somewhere. My whammy bar, which I've never had a guitar that owns one. Somewhere. It might be separate. Wow. It sounds really good already. Like, this is nuts. Yeah, this color, bro. This was part of the appeal. It's so beautiful. Like it's like, and the crazy thing is I ordered this, right? I officially ordered it. Wow, it feels so good. I ordered this on the Blood Eclipse. This is a Red Eclipse Burst guitar. I didn't even know I ordered this guitar and then I recognized a day later. I was like, oh, it is the Blood Eclipse. I'm so confused what's going on here. It's... What? Like, I can hear it echoing almost like it's plugged in, but it's not. It's just... I guess it's just the reverberation is... Intonation's perfect, of course. Wow, man. Wow. Hell yeah, it's new strings. New strings, new everything. I don't own a Pick of Destiny, but I own this baby. This is the one, bro. It probably is. Yeah, it won't make sense, Catman. That's a return. Like, they purchase it new, and they're like, oh no, this isn't what I'd ordered, or, I don't know, the Floyd Rose Bridge is just too hard, or I don't know, something stupid where it's untouched, it's mint. Like, there's not even, like, unless they replaced it, these stickers on this aren't even peeled off. Like the things on the thing, which is, you know, maybe still... Oh, wow. don't want to smack that. Wow. Damn. All right, I gotta plug it in. I don't really have much to plug it into, but I don't not. Dang. Well, okay, let's just do a guitar rig load. Let's load up some guitar rig. Plugins. Guitar rig. Let's throw some metalcore and some ROM on this baby. Where are we? Metalcore stereo. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go in a second. Okay, where did I put that? Metalcore. How to Jackson with Floyd Rose. Messed it up, tuning down, yeah. Yeah, bro, the tuning, that's the thing, is I'm not gonna touch this tuning. You know, maybe in a couple of years of learning, or if I figure out exactly how to like play with the Floyd Rose bridge, but I'm keeping it locked and standard. Like this is a standard Floyd Rose guitar. Maybe one day, but if I want to go alternate tunings, I'll do that to my acoustic, and I'll rock out. Okay, let's see. What did we do? Yeah. Okay, looks like we're set. What's going on here? Let's get this guy. Flip off that. Yeah, I don't know. We may not get a whole wide range of stuff going on here, but I'll probably take a little time to really figure out the ins and outs. And I want to get the whammy bar going and really figure it out, but my audio workshop too is gotta figure it. Oh. Little bit off, but that's not bad. Let's try a little something else. Yeah, dog. Look at this baby. It's so beautiful. Like it just wow. It just captures that. The beauty of an electric guitar. It's magic. I'm gonna switch it, add a little ROM. Filtered ROM to make it sound more psychedelic-y. Switcher on this. Let's even remove, let's try something outside of the metalcore. Oh. Ah. Oh. I feel like I want to try to find a perfect balanced sound for the, it's like a polyphia sound. It's a little bit accentuate. Yeah, I haven't played electric in like a solid 3 months. Yeah. That's bro, that's the thing. That's the magic. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's the whole reason I got this guitar in some rights is the Floyd Rose pickups, this with the whammy. I gotta find, yeah, the whammy must be right over here somewhere. Oh, is that the way? Ah, yeah. No? Oh, no. Oh, yeah. That's the whammy bar. That's the whammy bar. I've actually never used a whammy bar before. I mean, I've used it before on other guitars, but I've never had one. Never owned one. Yeah. Wow. Actually, these That is bonkers. Okay. This is a whammy bar. I don't know if there's a way to do this, but I think I'm just gonna screw it in. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Somewhere. Agave effect. I gotta find these harmonics. I haven't done harmonics on this beautiful electric in a while. My other pick, I think, would nail this better. Yeah. I don't even know, man. It's gonna sound weird, but it's gonna sound not bad, but not bad, not good. Tune it. Yeah, it's in tune, bro. It's in tune. It's in tune. Oh yeah, bro. The potential, the raw potential is 1000%. It is the wait. It's worth the wait. Go on the bridge and pick up. Go on the bridge, pick up for best harmonics. Okay. I know how harmonics work. I just don't have them unlocked particularly. Like say we're here. Oh, I guess that's even, yeah, right on there, right on that bridge. Yeah, I haven't done harmonics on electric for a solid at least 3-4 months since I, had my Jackson. So, damn though. Well, this is gonna be fun. I'm honestly most excited for just writing crazy music with this shreddy fun. God, wow. It's just magic. It looks beautiful. It's like it's just a red galaxy, bro. Wow. And of course, there's the ability to just do both. I know before my Jackson got busted, I was doing actually this weird thing where I would hop back and forth between my electric and my acoustic. Like how I was doing it was like, let's see, it's kind of just like. Like I kind of just have my electric chilling here, and I'll do some kind of like. Do some sort of riff, and then I'd like resume that riff. Where's my actual? Yeah, beautiful. It's anything but clean though. I think my technique is a little rough. Still sounds good, but interesting. Yeah. I think I'm most interested in finding all the weird little niche parts of this, like, utilizing the whammy bar naturally, but with like bends, which is, such a powerful part of the electric, but also utilizing the fingerstyle stuff I do, and then just like bridging those worlds. That's what I'm really here for. I'm all about it. Yeah. Very nice. So clean. So beautiful. Magic. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to close. We're at 4.5 hours here. Yeah. That's fun. Delivery photo available. We good. Yeah. So dope. Yo, thank you so much for chiming in. Yeah, I think we're going to eat some food because we're on a day fast so far. But never learned how to do whammy harmonics. Oh, yeah. Honestly, bro, sky's the limit. I'm the kind of dude that very little discourages me on the guitar. Like, I just figure everything out eventually through raw perseverance. But yeah, being said, I haven't played electric guitar literally in like 4 months maybe. Doesn't feel too bad, but I feel like there's a lot of nuances of like, integrating my harmonic awareness and getting it nice and clean. That's going to take a little bit and all that. And of course, getting bends really tasteful and getting these little whammies. And even like, again, I think what I'm most excited about, like weirdly enough, a guitar like this, Ibanez's, I think they shine with having their level of, well, it's just, maybe it's the intonation and it's just so perfectly done and the fresh strings. I can really play this a lot like an acoustic guitar. Like I can play all the interesting double-handed tapping. I can do lots of crazy legato combos and harmonics. I can really treat this like an acoustic guitar and then also do wild electric stuff. Like that's, I think that's probably my all-time favorite thing that I'm interested in integrating. Let's see. Like if we do, this is probably not the best mode, but give it a bit of volume. Oh, too much volume. The Wish, what?
Gin.
Oh, Ginkgo? No.
Ginkgo biloba.
I don't think so, no. That's gonna take time to get those nuances down, yeah. Even that just sounds so floaty. Unique. Beautiful. Well, amazing. Thank you so much for chiming into this stream. I think we're gonna put a closure to this. Yeah, magic. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for chiming into this. I appreciate the support, the dialogue. For those of you that are new to this channel, thank you for joining. Yeah, we teach guitar, do meditative sound journeys, among various types of things. And yeah, thank you. Hell yeah, dog. Appreciate you, LSR. Yeah, appreciate you, man. And yeah, feel free to subscribe to this channel. Yeah, if this resonates with you. Peace. Appreciate you, dog. Appreciate you, Nenzel. Much love. Much love. Bless. Oh, don't have my bell thing to change.